Hi, lady.
Mr. Brennan,
Present.
Mr. Rickman,
Here.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Present.
Ms. Devine,
Here.
Mr. Davis,
Unmute Sam.
Sam, unmute.
Here.
Unmute your mic.
Mayor Benjamin.
Present, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Grajales.
You're welcome.
Reverend McDowell, you give us a word, please, brother?
Yes. O Lord, in silence and in reflection, we ask for your mercies to fall tenderly upon each one of us. Allow your grace to cover us with the kinds of decisions we will make as we understand the fabric of our city. Touch us individually, and yet touch us collectively. Give each of us a sense of purpose, a sense of integrity, and a sense of loyalty to our city. Remind us that we can't do anything without your leadership and without your divine presence in our lives. Bless this city of ours and all who dwell therein. We ask it in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Ma'am. All right, thank you so much. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we adopt the agenda as presented with the addition of item 37, a discussion of personnel salaries pursuant to SC Code 30-4-70A1.
Thank you so much. Is this
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. In addition to that item, I would add the subheader for fire under the personnel matters. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With those amendments, is there a second?
Mr. Mayor, could I
Yes,
ask
sir.
Mr.
Ms. McDowell?
Could I ask Mr. Duval to clarify item number 37?
It will be a discussion of the salaries proposed in the budget for 21-22 fiscal year.
All right.
Okay, all right.
The sorry, we didn't miss anything.
Second.
All right, moved and properly seconded. Discussion. Saying none, move the previous question. Clerk call the roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the April 20th, 2021 meeting?
So move.
Move.
And move in second, any discussion? Move the previous question. Clerk call the roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye. All right. I'll share my comments after Director Tinsley's report.
Sure, Mayor Benjamin. I did have just a few brief items of personal privilege. It is National Public Service Recognition Week, and so I know we would all want to acknowledge all the wonderful men and women who work in the city of Columbia to provide wonderful service for our citizens. So I did want to make sure we acknowledge all of them. And then one in particular who is retiring, Miss Marley Drum, our animal services, yes, animal services superintendent for so many years, 25 years, as a matter of fact. Marley has dedicated her career to helping each adoptable animal reach a forever home in the city of Columbia. Marley has many contacts with the animal enthusiast groups here in the city and across the state, and I hope she's listening in. Oh, there she is. Hey, Marley.
Hey, Marley.
But Marley has been our superstar to help us partner with Palmetto Lifeline, Animal Mission, the South Carolina Animal Care and Control Association. She's took part in the Hurricane Katrina Relief Program. She worked with scout groups on projects around the shelter, organized concerts with Hootie and the Blowfish for the Animal Mission. I could go on and on. One of the main things that I know many of you on this seat at council will remember is her work with the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Committee and other groups in getting our live release rates to an all-time high of 78% last year. And we know it will be higher this year as well. And so one of the greatest memories I have, and I'll continue to have about Marley, is just her willingness to always share her knowledge with our new employees. She's going to stay on a part-time basis with us to work with our new superintendent and continuing to connect our staff with her contacts in the Midlands and around the state so that our animal services department will continue to flourish. So we appreciate you, Marley, so much.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's been an
Absolutely.
honor.
Thank you so much, Marley. I mean, and Ms. Wilson couldn't have said it better. You've done a whole lot of great work for the city for a very long time. But the work around no kill, I think, is a wonderful, thoughtful and compassionate way that articulated our values as a city, using data and humanizing it in a way that made us all better. So thank you for leading, and I'm glad you're staying on in some way. Thank God. Not sure what we do without you. So all the best, my friend.
Thank you very much. It's been wonderful.
Thanks, Marley.
Thank you, Ms. Will.
Well, Mayor Benjamin and Council, it's also National Drinking Water Week. And so you'll see lots of information that we're sharing with our citizens.
It's not drinking week. I was like, okay.
Drinking Water Week. And so our Columbia Water staff is doing a lot to help educate our citizens and making it fun this week. So I'm sure you'll see lots of information about that. And then I know Mr. Duvall hadn't forgotten Tree City USA Award. We didn't get to do our normal proclamation celebrating Arbor Day this year due to the pandemic. But the city, as you all know, has been designated a Tree City USA recipient for 42 years and running, the longest running streak in South Carolina, I believe. And forestry, our wonderful forestry staff, they plant at a minimum of 500 trees per year. And we have to meet these criteria to maintain our designation, hosting Arbor Day celebrations. This year, the video that forestry did was on how to plant a tree. And so we continue to thank City Council for your intentional ways of making sure that we have tree care ordinances in place and a budget with at least $2 per capita for tree care and removal and plantings. So thank you, City Council, for providing the environment for us to be a Tree City USA award recipient all these years.
Awesome. So we do beat Cheraw now? I thought we were in competition.
I don't know.
Cheraw messed up and didn't file one year, so Columbia has surpassed. But Cheraw was the first Tree City in South Carolina. I noticed last couple of days from the National League of Cities an article about tree cities and the tree canopy, and they say there is a Tree City Whirl Award. These two cities, Spokane and somebody else, Portland maybe.
The pressure.
So we're going for the whirl next time.
Okay.
Leave that. Oh, okay. Good deal. Good. No, thank you so much to all of our amazing staff for the work that you continue to do. We keep punching. Way above our weight class, competing on a global level. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all. And Mayor Benjamin, I believe you said we will start with Mr. Tinsley's situational report for the COVID-19 update. Harry?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Madam City Manager again. Thank you for your time. There's some additional information in your inbox on the dashboard report for today's data sets. So worldwide, as of today's report out, there's over 153 million global cases of COVID-19 and over 3.2 million deaths due to the virus. According to the CDC here in the U.S., there are over 32.2 million confirmed cases and over 574,000 deaths. That's as of May 3rd report out. Here in South Carolina, in our state, our case count stands, our confirmed case count stands at 483,611. To date, there have been over 7.4 million tests completed. New case counts, as report out as of today, is 294. You'll recall daily case counts peaked back in January of this year at over 4,500. Today's percent positivity rate is 5.1%. And you recall that in July of last year, July 20, it peaked at 21.3%. Of notable report, there are thankfully no new deaths, confirmed deaths reported out by DHEC as of today. Our state death total to COVID-19 stands at 8,383. And here in Richland County, there are over 38,000 cases. They reported 21 additional cases. Our death count stands at 484 for Richland County. And interesting, over the last 14-day reporting period from April 18th to May 1st in Richland County, we had 861 new cases. So we're now averaging just a little bit over 61 new cases each day. So that continues to trend downward as those reporting cycles indicate. As far as that 14-day reporting period, there was only one zip code, thankfully, that had over 100 cases reported. And that zip code was 29229 with 126 new cases. Also, as of last Thursday, the 28th of April, Richland County's 14-day recent disease activity incidence rate was downgraded to low. So we are now at considered a low with a 3.5% positivity rate. The state's recovery rate continues to be estimated at 97.4%, and the case fatality rate is continued to be estimated at 1.73%. Daily case counts, as you can see by the data that is reported out each day, continues to remain roughly stable. And DHEC does not anticipate any large fluctuations in case counts over the next few weeks. Also in our state, our hospitalizations continue to trend downward. Our bed utilization rate is 73%. ICU bed utilization rate is 66% as of today. There are 386 patients currently hospitalized with COVID-19 in our state, and you'll note that back in January, the bed count peaked at 2,417. So we're trending in a positive direction. Also worth noting, DHEC data, as posted on their website, shows that the 7 key indicators continue to trend downward or have stabilized. DHEC also continues to receive distributions of vaccines. Right now, there's over 4.5 million doses that have been received in our state, with over 3.1 million people having received doses in South Carolina, the last report out. Richland County, over 143,000 residents have received at least one vaccine, and over 808,000 of those have completed their vaccination process. And the federally supported community vaccine site at Columbia Place Mall has to date administered 4,758 Pfizer vaccines over that initial two-week period, averaging 339 shots per day. Also, as of May 1st, approximately 32.2% of South Carolina's population greater than 15 years or older have received vaccinations. And the CDC's latest reporting as of May 3rd on COVID-19 vaccinations show over 105 million people have been fully vaccinated, or 31.8% of the U.S. population, and 147 million, or 44.4%, have received at least one dose. Also, those over 65 that have been fully vaccinated is 69.7%, with 82.8% having received at least one vaccine. Lastly, as of April 27th, the X reported out 91 cases of the South African variant and 235 cases of the UK variant have been identified in our state. Currently, 8 counties and 48 municipalities have mask ordinances in place currently. And that concludes my report. Thank you for your time.
So Harry, that means, that means are we low, medium, low? I'm trying to remember what you just laid out. So our daily
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor.
No, please.
As far as those three metrics, the incident rate per 100,000, Richland County is medium. As far as the trend and incident rate over each 14-day cycle, or the past 14-day cycle, it was downgraded to low, and our percent positive continues to be low at 3.5%. It was at 3.8% the last report out for a 14-day report.
That's a wonderful improvement just over the last week. And last week I pulled together just a phone call. I asked the city manager and the county administrator and Chairman Livingston to kind of call, just trying to get some sense as exactly where the county was on a mask ordinance. They asked Councilman Barron, who chairs that ad hoc committee, hoping to find some degree of synchronicity as to how we would address it. And while I think we shared all the same concerns, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to get on the same page necessarily as relates to timing of our ordinance. We've been very clear that I have, and with a few exceptions, we've been fairly together on this from the very beginning, and I think we're going to have to do some really serious dialogue between now and the expiration of our ordinance, which as we all know is coming up fairly soon, just over the next couple of weeks. I've been somewhat concerned, and I've articulated this to some of you, and I've heard it from others, a lack of adherence to the ordinance. I do believe that COVID fatigue is real. Obviously the inability to identify who has or who has not taken the vaccine is something that just eludes us and will continue to elude us. And my hope is as we go forward that we will shift from a mandatory mask policy to a deep dive into a very aggressive vaccination strategy. Ed and Sam and Sylvia have been very much in the weeds in the community, recognizing the fact that universal access, which we do have now, is not necessarily the same as equitable access, and making sure that people who need access to the vaccine get it. Literally, I sent a note off, and I haven't checked my email reply, Teresa. I apologize, asking about some different tools we might be able to use to not only obviously offer rides to the vaccine clinics, but maybe even take it door to door. Literally using some partnerships with some of our healthcare institutions, from the Healthcare Cooperative to the Joseph H. Neal Center, the Prisma, and getting out into some places where some folks still are eligible, but either haven't been able to access the vaccines, or still just getting off of their hesitancy. We're watching more and more people who are just on different personal timelines than the ones that we enjoy. So I just want to make it clear that I'm leaning towards the expiration of the ordinance. I think it's prudent. We're either going to have an ordinance that is strictly enforced, and I believe we're all very much so indebted to our city staff, our fire marshals and our firefighters for the great and hard work that they've done. But we're at a different phase here. And I'm so excited to hear this data. We got to make sure that it keeps trending in the right direction. However, so I'll just be clear. I've been vaccinated. My wife has been vaccinated. Our 16-year-old has been vaccinated. My 14-year-old, almost 14-year-old, is chomping at the bit to be vaccinated. I will be following CDC guidelines as how we go forward. If I'm out and about in a group of people, while I know someone has not been vaccinated, or I don't know that they have been vaccinated, I'll continue wearing my mask. That's a personal decision. We're going to have to really step up and really push people to be personally responsible for the way forward, and realizing that we've come way too far and lost too many lives and too many souls to fall backward. But I would recommend a shift in our strategy from a mandatory mask policy to a very, very aggressive deep dive in ensuring that the vaccine gets to everyone possible, that we lead and partner with a very aggressive campaign, because we're seeing interest begin to wane. So we're going to start seeing sites begin to shut down as a result of that. But it's going to give us a chance to do some really very clear data-driven micro-targeting strategies to help take the vaccine to people. And I think that's where our energies and our resources should be targeted. So I just want to make that clear. That's my my thoughts as to where we ought to go. And I'll say this again, and I'll be quiet. Some of you may also want to chime in on this. I couldn't be more proud of this council. Again, I think our approach to public health during the most significant pandemic we've seen in over 100 years has been thoughtful. It's been data driven. It's been compassionate. It has been focused on making sure our businesses and our critical nonprofits are stood up, and we've been focusing on One True North, which is the preservation of human life. Our folks have stepped up and led by example. Teresa and her team at the city have been a wonderful example for others to mirror in the way in which this ought to be weathered. So I'm proud of all 6 of you and your collective leadership, because even again, when we have very stark divisions as to how we've seen this thing, we've been able to come out with thoughtful policy going forward. And I hope we can continue to maintain that spirit of compassionate collaboration as we work our way through, hopefully, what will be the waning days of the pandemic. So I'll stop. I'll yield, Mr. Duvall.
Mr. Mayor, I was interested in your comment about you and the county have talked. Their ordinance expires on June the 5th, and ours expires on May the 16th.
Yes, sir.
Are you talking about extending ours to June the 5th, or moving theirs back to the 16th?
No. What I said, Mr. Duvall, is I didn't see synchronicity on that piece. I'm not inclined in our ordinance, and we didn't ask them to shorten their ordinance. They had a meeting, and you may have gotten a report back, Ms. Wilson, but the unofficial report I got back is that they're going to continue kind of going forward and seeing how they're going to deal with it as a county. I was hoping, Howard, that we'd have some joint strategy, but it was not clear that we'd be able to do that. Any other thoughts or sentiments that may want to be shared? Ms. Devine?
So if there's a hope that we would have something joint, why would we not extend ours to June, whatever, just to keep consistency and not confuse the public?
I'm at a point right now where I don't think the public's confused at all. the public more than enough information, and they know where they are and whether or not they're wearing a mask. It's at a point now where it's a personal decision as to whether or not someone's going to do what's necessary to protect themselves, their body, and their families. And our job needs to be focused on the pandemic. but the goal going into that meeting was to see exactly kind of what the sense of the body was, Tamika. But
I haven't read theirs. Is theirs, because we are in Richland County, is theirs very specific to the unincorporated areas, or would it cover the city if theirs continues through June?
I'll defer to Teresa Knox on one. I have not reviewed their ordinance in its entirety, and I'm not sure if.
I'm not sure. I'll check on it.
Yeah, if we could just check, and then, because if theirs continues to June and people in the city think ours, and not that I don't know what kind of enforcement they have, but, and I don't know what, the majority of us would do, but I'm a little concerned about allowing it to expire. I'll be honest. I do agree that there's fatigue, but I also know that the news talked last night about a woman who moved to South Carolina because we had less rules than where she lived. So I know you can't mandate a lot of stuff, but it's just, it's concerning. And we do know that even though people are vaccinated, we know that some folks are still getting it. And we know that'll happen, but I think that until we have more people vaccinated, I'm just concerned. I don't know what, my 100% feeling, but I just think that at least if we could be in line with the county, our group area, it would probably be helpful.
Yeah, I would love that as well. I'm not sure if that's a reality. I've just shared my concerns. We've been very clear from the very beginning. I know I have, and several of you have as well, that we're going to be driven by data. And the data, as Harry just articulated, has shown that we're in a somewhat enviable position. I know everybody on this call wants to see that trend continue, and that gives you the hesitancy of wanting to take our foot off the gas. But at the very same time, I just think it's if we're going to follow the data, we got to follow the data. Our data has always been there to try and give us the intelligence we need to create policy, and I think it's a fair approach. Mr. Davis,
I don't have any heartaches about our deadline and the targeted date. I did notice, I'm noticing as I move around and as I listen to the media, there seems to be more attention on the city's ordinance versus the county for whatever reason. And I think, Tamika's point about, the hand in glove relationship we have, to some extent, that is a factor. And then in some other cases, some people don't seem to think about it one way or the other. I would hope that once we reach our target date, make that decision, unless things change, that we sort of still stay in the game in terms of retaining our posture of encouraging citizens to be vigilant, whether you have the vaccines or not. My household is fully vaccinated, but although we may say goodbye to the ordinance, I think we still have a responsibility to encourage everyone to do the right thing, and that is be vaccinated. I think the data has served its purpose, and it's not disappointing, and that's been our guide, and I have no problems following that and keeping an eye out on where we stand. And I don't think that the numbers are going to change that much in terms of moving upward. I think we'll hold where we are, and at that point, just continue to watch the numbers decline.
Mr. McDowell.
Well, one of the interesting things about mask wearing, and I think we've almost, according to the events that are already scheduled and the continuing events that will come up, it's sort of surprising to me that we have not reached normalcy yet. And of course, the events continue. They continue to be there. We've got 6 events this coming week, on the agenda for today. I'm certainly going to support continuing to wear that mask. And one of the questions that I will continue to ask of those persons who are sponsoring the event, whether or not CDC guidelines are being adhered to, how many folk are going to be present. I think we've got a false sense of normalcy because the events are going to continue to amount and they're going to become voluminous at some point.
Thank you, Ms. McDowell.
Thank you, sir.
Other comments? One other note I did want to make, a point I wanted to make is I am convinced that the deceleration in the number of cases and the reduction in spread is directly attributed to the work done at the local level, places like Columbia, Charleston, and Greenville, and all the towns and counties that Director Tinsley mentioned earlier. I think the local government should be very proud of the leadership role that we've taken here in South Carolina.
Amen.
Yeah.
All right. So, in the absence of some affirmative steps in another direction, I don't expect that a renewal would be on the agenda, Madam City Manager. I would like to have a deep dive discussion whenever on this. And I sent an email about reverse 911 and some other tools that we might be able to use to identify who wants the vaccine and how we can utilize some of these partnerships to take it directly to them. I think we should be very strategic, creative, and aggressive in making it happen. So wouldn't mind pulling together a meeting of interested parties, intergovernmental, intersectoral. Let's figure out how we can make that happen. And obviously, we have the benefit, everyone, of following the data between now and the expiration of the ordinance, and obviously, of course, reconsidering position.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Davis.
No, I agree with that. That's my thinking. At least let's have a discussion and see where we all are. We can review the numbers, the processes that are in place, and where our personal thinkings might be before we.
Well, thank y'all. If there's nothing else for the good of the body, we got more time to. But we can keep it moving, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we'll continue with City Council discussion action items, and the Honorable Tamika Isaac Devine will bring us an Affordable Housing Task Force report.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson, to the mayor, members of City Council. Just wanted to bring you a brief interim report from the Affordable Housing Task Force. We convened the task force, as you guys may recall. Actually, it was the intent to do in March when everything slowed down. So we were not able to actually have our first meeting until the summer. We've been meeting monthly, and the task force has done a lot of great work so far. But we are at a point where we wanted to make a presentation to City Council and County Council, get some collective agreement as to some of our action items so that we can move forward through the rest of this summer aggressively pursuing some of the goals. So I just wanted to quickly, I know we've got a long agenda, so I want to be real quick, and Ms. Hammond will make sure that you all have this if it's not already in your packets. But first, wanted to just recognize the members of the task force. I know we appointed them at different times. So I want you all to be aware of the talent that we have currently serving on the Affordable Housing Task Force. We currently have a representative of the Comment. John Ando was serving up until he left last month. And so now Pam Bino Reed from the Comment will be representing in his place on the task force. We also have Jeff Armstrong from Family Promise, Julianne Avon from Mercy, Reggie Bonner from the Bonner Group, Sue Berkowitz from SC Appleseed Legal Justice Center, Brenna Bernardine from Fast Forward, Dr. Brian Grady from SC State Housing, Dylan Gunnels, Tanya Isaac, who is a resident of North Columbia, Ivory Matthews from Columbia Housing Authority, Mary Louise Reich from Habitat for Humanity, Jeff Larimore from Midlands Housing Trust Fund, Jennifer Moore from the United Way, Shayla Riley, who is an appointee of the Chamber, and she is with Caldwell Banker, Lala Anna Sauls from Homeless No More, Gregory Sprouse from Central Midlands COG, Councilwoman Allison Terratio from Richland County Council, Regina Williams from Booker Washington Heights Neighborhood, Lester Young from Just Leadership, Jim Zeke from More Justice, and Chris Zimmer from Truist Bank. So you can see that we've got a diversity of fields, but all very committed to the goal of affordable housing. And so the task force unanimously adopted this definition that we're asking City Council to consider today and endorse. One of the things that we do believe, and we've had this discussion among our council for many years, part of the issue is that there are different definitions of affordable housing. Of course, there's the technical definitions for federal funding or for state housing. There's also the perception that people have of affordable housing. People only think public housing or lower wealth communities, but they don't look at the gamut of affordable housing. So we're asking council to consider the endorsement of the definition of affordable housing as a continuum of equitable, inclusive, and quality rental and homeownership opportunities for people at every income level, which is critical to creating safe, complete, and thriving communities. We believe that that is inclusive, and it runs the gamut from homeownership to rental, and again, people at all income levels, so people understand that affordable housing is for people who might have low income, folks who might be living in poverty. It certainly addresses seniors as well as students and people making minimum wage. So we want to make sure that people understand the depth of the problem, but also the how big the solutions have to be. So that is at the end of the report, I'm going to ask if I can get a motion to approve that definition. County Council will be meeting as well, and we're asking them to do the same so that we can operate under that definition as we go out with a public awareness campaign. A couple of things I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew as well. We did some research. Dr. Brian Grady has done an excellent job at giving us some statistics. So just wanted to elevate two facts for you guys. Number one, there is a statewide shortage of over 87,000 affordable homes that are available to extremely low income households. And that is those earning no more than 30% of the area median income. And that statistic is according to the National Low Income Housing Coalition. Nearly 70,000 low income renter households in Columbia are experiencing particularly unaffordable and substandard housing conditions, and they're representing 30% of all renters citywide. So and this number is actually pre-COVID. We do know that that number is larger now. So we would like council, and this will be not today, but we are going to be looking at the affordable housing that's going to be added into the market this year. And at the end of this year, we would like council to look at establishing citywide affordable housing goals on an annual basis. That way we can understand how we're adequately addressing the needs within our community. And if we set realistic goals that we can monitor and measure, then we know where we're going to go over the next couple of years. We have divided our task force into several committees and have priorities. One is the Accessibility Committee, which will look at solutions for making accessible housing for people within special populations. That includes people experiencing mental illness, people formerly incarcerated and returning to our community, people with disabilities, seniors, and other special populations. We also have a subcommittee on financing, and we'll be looking at presenting recommendations to this council and county council to consider for financing affordable housing projects. This will include the consideration of an affordable housing tax abatement program, which actually our council has already passed. It stalled on the committee level at county council, but I do know that Councilwoman Horatio is going to attempt to revive that. So hopefully we will have a tax abatement program that is approved by both city and county council that we can make available to affordable housing developers. We also would like to look at social impact funds for private investors, affordable housing bond. One state has unclaimed state funds that they set aside for affordable housing. So we'd like to look at the possibility of that, land banks, and affordable housing impact fee, and a trust fund. And so those are some things that are being researched right now. And so we'd like, of course, to be able to bring back some more information on that. We've got our legal and zoning committee who is looking at legal zoning issues that may help promote the development of more affordable housing citywide, and of course make a recommendation to the county as well. We've got our partnerships committee who will be looking at other nonprofits and community-based organizations that can help. Affordable housing is not just a city issue, but we do know if we have partners who can help us, that will help us move forward. And then lastly, and probably the biggest committee that we have, and we'll be starting immediately with some public education and awareness. That committee is looking at how do we promote affordable housing and make people understand the need of it within our community and what it is. So that's why we're asking for city council and county council to adopt a universal definition. So as we're going out in the community and talking about what affordable housing is and what the needs are in our community, people understand it in a bigger way. And so when we do this outreach, we're looking at bringing in business and community partners, housing developers, our state and local agencies, funding entities, real estate partners, neighborhood associations, the general public, potential home buyers and renters, community coalitions, and the local media. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that is the report. So I am asking if council would adopt this definition for affordable housing, and I'll answer any questions if you may have, but and then endorse the work of the committee so that now these subcommittees can actually move forward under the subcommittee definitions that I have mentioned to you guys.
Is any so what's the rationale behind the all income levels definition? I mean, if we know, obviously, according to the Low Income Housing Coalition you mentioned, looked at the 30% AMI. I mean, I know traditionally our focus has been 80% or below, and look at workforce housing. Some of our products even go up to 120% AMI. All income levels. I mean, so that means we're talking about everybody, regardless of how much people earn.
So what we talked about was, and we kind of toyed with whether or not we would talk about it as affordable housing or attainable housing. Nationally, a lot of folks are going to the term of attainable housing. And what we talked about is the fact that you have folks who within the area, they may not be able to live within the area that they work, even if they make, some people might hear, I make $45,000 and that's a good salary. But if I make $45,000, but there's nothing within the Columbia area that will allow me to make sure that's not more than my income, too much of my income, then it's not attainable for me. So the all income level, we left it at that because we wanted people to understand. We believe that people feel like the extremely low income, and they think folks who are making minimum wage, and they don't consider students graduating who might get a job that's $35,000, they still need affordable housing. So that's why that was the part of the definition.
Okay, well, I just find it curious. So I think it'd be worth taking a look at that definition, because obviously if you're going to focus on workforce housing, and like my guess is a family of X amount, even earning $45,000 a year would easily or squarely fall into that 120% AMI number. And if we're going to focus on 120% AMI or lower, then we might need to articulate that because I think part of that policy, if you're going to try to attract ASG dollars or national dollars here, I think just saying this, it's open to all incomes, I think might be a bit of a distraction. So if we're going to train our fire, let's I think we should think about that. The other thing, I read something that said we hadn't. I'm glad you made the clarification that we did pass the tax abatement policy, which I think is a multi-county industrial park statute as well. I'm not sure what format we use. Am I right on that, or not?
You're correct, and it got referred to the committee level at county council, and then with their election and then new members, they've not taken it back up.
Yeah, so as you look at what we passed before, you mentioned we're also looking at the multi-county industrial park. This is a multi-county industrial park, the same tool we've used for student housing and others. I just read something that said we hadn't done anything in this space, and we passed that years ago. So we've got to, I guess, get that consensus from the county. And I would also say let's look at a deep dive into getting reliable data. I know that Charleston used community data platforms. We had a meeting with them last week to try and do a real deep dive into exactly, as opposed to the narrative driving the data, using the data to drive the narrative. Let's get a really good sense of what our challenges are, that 30% AMI, 80% AMI, 120% AMI, so we know what the long-term goal is. I would be curious to see what data folks relied on to get the 87,000. And that's a statewide number, I think you said. What the deficit is there, but community data platforms and Taylor can circulate that information around. It was really good. The data they produced with Charleston just very recently. But I'm fine with moving forward. But I think if we're going to be able to track the dollars that we're talking about, I think we're going to have to really clarify that we're focusing on the 30% AMI, 80% AMI, 120% AMI below. I think we just say all income levels. Then you're really not just talking about affordable or even attainable housing. I think that we're just talking about something for folks who are middle class or even upper middle class that from the outside looking in. So that's just a piece of advice. But thank you all for your work on this.
And I would say for the data, Dr. Grady is awesome with data, and he actually has, and I think Mr. Rickman had asked for it. I'll make sure that the report that he gave us has in Columbia the different levels, and so I'll make sure that everybody has a copy of that. But if we are interested as a council, Brian would be a great person to give us the data from the city specific, and then how it relates to the county as well. And he's got that data. He can spout it off in his sleep.
Okay. All right. Questions from Daniel?
Yeah, I think that's great. If you could share that with us, that'd be incredible. It's interesting if you look, Charleston made a big announcement, I think today I saw in the Post and Courier, where they've partnered with all private developers and they're redoing all the public housing through tax credits, historic credits, and other things, but all done privately with developers. So, I hope we're looking at that as well as possibilities and for the future. Tamika, any of the information you could share that you said today was all great information. It'd be good for us to have as we move forward, so that we make sure that we're cohesively working together to support the opportunities that may arise, because it is an issue in Charleston. It's affecting their labor market as well, and I think they're realizing that. I mean, there are restaurants who are closing and other businesses downtown closing because they don't have the ability to have workforce housing or affordable housing downtown anymore, and it's just impossible for people to commute. So, we don't want to end up in that same boat. So I appreciate what you've done so far. Thank you.
Have we had a presentation from our staff as well, to Tamika, our community development people, particularly, obviously, I go around the country bragging about our mortgage products in particular, the way in which they were developed and sustained. Does the task force Have they talked about that yet?
Yes, that was our first or second meeting, and our staff actually staffs all of these committees. So we've got Lee, Krista, Gloria, and probably somebody else, but at least Gloria, Lee, and Krista staff the subcommittees, and they're at every meeting, as well as Ms. Wilson comes to the majority of the meetings. No, I think she's come to every single one, even if she's had to come on. So we've got staff that's there and they're part of the discussion. So yeah. What I will say to that, Mr. Mayor, we know that we are doing a really good job right now with home ownership. I think Columbia is certainly a model. I think we've actually even been recognized nationally on where we are in home ownership. One of the things that we wanted to do is not take our foot off the gas when it comes to home ownership, but recognize that we are not doing what we need to do in rental products. And so that's why we've we've talked to staff, but we've also brought in Reggie Bonner is on our task force, as well as, like I mentioned, Chris Zimmer from Truist Bank. So we're trying to talk about how the private developers can be partnered with us to help provide the rental projects and multifamily projects throughout the city.
All right.
Mr. Councilman Rickman, if I could just add, I did want to say you mentioned about the Housing Authority. Part of the information that we gave last week and the Housing Authority's given, I think that is what Ms. Matthews is doing right now. And the project they're doing is partnering with private developers because they know that they can't do it all themselves. So I know there are a lot of developers who are working with them right this second.
Have we gotten that written thought from the Housing Authority requested last meeting?
Yeah. Any other questions for me? Okay. I'll take what you just said. We meet next Tuesday, so I'll just take this definition back and put that back on the table. And then, so I won't be asking for a motion today. We'll bring that to the committee, and then I'll bring something back to you guys at our next meeting after that. There's a sense of urgency around the resources coming from the ARP, coming through a potential infrastructure plan, even leveraging some of the COVID dollars. State Housing and Finance Authority, I think they got $271 million about to hit the street, maybe today or tomorrow, but with another tranche coming very soon that has to be spent very clearly. We don't want to slow it down. But maybe potentially looking at revising the definition if in fact slows down the delivery of capital. I think this. We don't want to slow down negotiating over a couple of words. It's just something we might want to consider. So Teresa Wilson, we have gotten the written update from Housing Authority as requested.
Yes, sir. I believe Ms. Matthews emailed you all after the last meeting, as well as I believe she is available to you today if you need her to answer any questions regarding the item that's on your agenda. I think she's in our waiting room.
Okay, super.
And I forwarded you some information last night too from Ivory and her team.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McDowell?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just want to back up just a little bit. Ms. Devine, as we understand and define what affordable, I think it's affordable housing is. I think I want to echo what you said a few minutes ago, Mr. Mayor. I think it's very, very important that as we define that AMI becomes a part of that definition. And whatever that AMI is, whether it's 30, I think that needs to be clear in terms of helping us to define what that is.
Yes, sir. I'll take that back. I think one of the things the mayor mentioned, and I would stress that I think if we did, 120 or below might be reasonable. Part of the issue is we know that there are a lot of folks in the middle class that are being crunched out, and there are programs for folks at different ends of the spectrum. But there are, like I mentioned, folks who might be making $35,000 right out of school, but not even that much. 25, and they don't fit into the 20, the 30%, or I think 50% right now is like at 40,000 for Richland County. So we wanted to, and we know that Richland County, that number will change. So we wanted to get something that covered that gap of folks who, might be students, newly graduated. As I mentioned, one of the things we talked about too, in those special populations, you've got 18-year-olds in foster care. They're out on their own. And so we want to make sure we're covering folks who might have a job, might have what most people would consider a good paying job, but still does not allow them to afford to live in the city. So I think if we did that 120 or below, we probably are covering that group that is in extreme need, that doesn't really get the public resources or the other programs, don't qualify for other programs. But we'll look at that, and I'll talk to Dr. Grady as well in the committee, and I'll bring that back to you guys.
Thank you.
I'm fine with whatever motion on the definition to make it, but I think take it back to the group and see if it might be important to revise it, but we'll need to slow it down on definition. If we, let's keep on trucking.
Okay, it won't slow us down. Like I said, we've got to go to the county as well, and we want a universal definition. So since we're meeting 1 week from today, that's fine. I can take that back, and we can certainly get that back to the city and the county before the end of this month.
All right. Any other questions? If not, let's keep it moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Devine. At this time, we will begin a series of presentations by our community development team to include the work of our new program manager and construction management teams with the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Grant Program update to begin these series of presentations. And Ms. Gloria Saeed, our Community Development Director, is going to lead us in these with the help of members of her team. And I will tell council, as we talked about last council meeting, I know Mr. Davis has been, very diligent, as well as all of you, about asking questions on behalf of the applicants for the program that, has been ongoing since the flood of 2015. And so I just want to reassure council that I'm extremely, extremely dedicated to our staff seeing this through, and we're doing that. Obviously, along the way, we've had the most recent thing, a pandemic, but that has certainly not stopped us from keeping our eye on the prize of helping our citizens that were so impacted by the flood. And what I hope to do today is to show you a little bit the evolution of the program, some changes that we've implemented most recently to really, in my opinion, put us on the fast track to completion and getting homes rebuilt and rehabilitated. And so this is a very intentional public update so that anyone can understand all that has occurred, the money's spent, the money's left, and hopefully a recommendation to allocate additional funds towards this effort. We have been in contact with the applicants, also making sure that they understand the changes in the program and what they can now expect. And so with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Saeed to get us started.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. And good afternoon to Mayor Benjamin and members of City Council. We're very excited that we have an opportunity to come before you all today to give you an update on the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, often simply referred to as DR. So if we could go to the first slide. As Ms. Wilson already mentioned, the city experienced a natural disaster back in October of 2015, resulting from huge amounts of rain and also floods. So as a result, there are people in the area who experienced loss of personal property, housing, and also damages to their businesses. So as a result, the City of Columbia did receive 2 allocations totaling $26,155,000. So the first allocation in the amount of $19,989,000 was received in 2016, and the second allocation of 6,166,000 was received in 2017. The city had to put together a risk analysis and implementation plan, as well as an action plan, and that was submitted in September 2016. And then that action plan was approved by HUD on January 24th, 2017. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we want to give you a update on the budget. So again, I mentioned that the city received a total of $26,155,000. And as of April 29th, 2021, the total funds expended are $14,002,919.47. Of that, $6,789,180 has been expended for activity delivery. And as you can see, some of the things that are charged to activity delivery include program management, policy development, case management services, and also environmental reviews, just to mention a few. And we also have expended $7,213,739 in program funds. The remaining funds total $12,152,080. And based on the remaining funds, we have programmed to pay for activity delivery $4,271,107.75, and then program funds of $7,889,972. So this slide does show the expenditures of funds as mentioned, and the $7,880,000 is designated for repairs and replacement of homes. Next slide, thank you. So I want to take a minute to go over the program descriptions. These are the programs that were included in the original application annual action plan to HUD, and we want to talk a little bit about what those are and which ones have been closed. So we're going to start with the City of Columbia Homeowner Assistance Program, also referred to as CHAP. The design of that program is to provide up to $150,000 for rehabilitation, repair, or reconstruction of owner-occupied households with major damages directly related to the October 2015 disaster and with unmet needs exceeding $25,000. We also have the Minor Repair Program, known as MRP, which provides up to $25,000 to low to moderate income owner-occupied households that sustain minor damage with unmet needs. In addition, there's the Elevation Repair Program, which is also referred to as ERP. That particular program is closed, and that program provided up to $20,000 for elevation reimbursement to owner-occupied households. The following two slides provide a brief description of our beneficiary programs that provide direct assistance to households and small businesses. Next frame, please. Oh, you're there, all right. So here we have the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, also referred to as HMGP and HMGP Match. That program is also closed. And with that particular program, there were 22 homeowners served, property owners served who sold their storm damaged homes to the City of Columbia to create permanent green space. One of our programs also included Multifamily Affordable Housing Fund. That program is also closed. The city partnered with subrecipients and developers to finance the new construction of affordable rental housing or reconstruction of damaged units. Next. We also have in the action plan a small rental repair program. That program is also closed. That program was designed to provide funding to repair storm damaged rental properties of 1 to 4 units. And the assistant caps were $100,000 for single unit rental properties, $125,000 for duplexes, $150,000 for triplexes, and $175,000 for quadplexes. The Small Business Disaster Recovery Program is also closed, and that program provided financial assistance in the form of forgivable loans up to $20,000 to impacted businesses. Next. Now, this slide shows the awards that were made under the prior program manager, which is Landmark Consulting, and they were the program manager from December 2015 through December 7, 2020. So as you can see, under the CHAP program, there were 7 awards made, totaling $406,428. Under ERP, there were 3 awards made, totaling $61,955. Under HMGP, there were 22 awards made, totaling $874,041. Under MRP, there were 12 awards made, totaling $535,157. And under SRRP, there were 5 awards made, totaling $132,534, with a total of 49 awards, totaling $2,010,115. For the Small Business Disaster Recovery Program, those accomplishments are, there were 4 awards made, totaling $80,000, which gives a total of 53 awards made up by the prior program manager. Next, please. We also funded 2 multifamily affordable housing projects, and those include Lord Place, which consists of 87 units, and the Point of Elmwood, which consists of 58 units. The Office of Community Development has sole responsibility for the family programs. So our staff saw to the completion these 2 projects that are now fully leased, and they provide 145 new units of affordable housing for low to moderate income households. And I know that's only a drop in the bucket in terms of, you know, what the needs are, but we are excited about the fact that we're able to use the funds to have impact although small.
That's a significant accomplishment. Yeah, I think, and I'm not sure we did strategic media around either one of those. And it's almost 150 units in some creative public-private partnerships, including, you know, wonderful, and I'm sorry, Ed, if I cut you off, wonderful leadership, a second national church and community leaders in the Edgewood community. So we need a lot more, but those are significant successes. We got to make sure we toot our horn a little bit more when we ring the bell like that. Ed?
Yes, Gloria, if you would go back 1 slide, please.
Okay. Here?
Yeah, that's fine. Let me ask you this, Gloria, from 2015 through 20, a raging concern for me, and I guess for others, is that there are houses that are still, folk are not living in their homes after the flood. Tell me a little bit about how we move forward. There are persons who are still homeless because of the 2015 flood. Have we created a priority list of those persons who have not, who still not in their home? Is there a priority list?
So Councilman McDowell, that's a very good question. And I think those questions would be answered as we go through the presentation.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You'll see how we've set the priorities and the prioritizing methodology moving forward.
Okay, that's fine. Because I know some years ago, there was a situation where we just literally bought that piece of property. And I think one of the acronyms, and I don't remember which one, where a house was bought. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
Where a house was bought and was turned into green space. what I'm saying is that if this is going to be presented later on in this presentation, I think we need to look at that, and particularly those persons who have been out of their homes for 5 to 6 years.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll certainly go through the presentation and can answer some of those questions and discuss.
And I'm
that.
sorry. Yes, ma'am.
No problem.
Reverend McDowell and all of council, I really asked Gloria and the staff to set the presentation up this way so you would see, I think, as I said at the beginning, kind of the evolution and why really there's a demarcation to be made in the sand, so to speak, at the point of where we are now with the new program manager and construction manager. I think it's going to become a little bit more clear to you as we go through these slides, Reverend McDowell, but I did think it was important to show the past accomplishments, certainly, but also there's obviously a lot more work to be done, and how we're going to go about getting that done for the individuals you're speaking of.
You're absolutely right. And the Gloria, of course, I think you can move the slide over now. I think you can move it over.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say the point at Amwood is one of those projects where I think we did an absolutely wonderful job over there. I've had a chance to visit. Several of us have looked at Amwood, the point at Amwood, and those dollars were well spent. Thank you all very much.
Yes, sir. It's a lovely project, and so is Lorick Place. If you haven't seen that, I encourage you all to take time to visit that site as well. So the next slide, just to piggyback on what Ms. Wilson said, this is a great segue to introduce the new, one of our new teams. As you all know, this decision was made back in July of last year to look at a new program manager to complete the program and close it out. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the new program management team, which is ICF. There are 2 project managers, well, subject matter experts on this one. And we have Dolores Accurso, who's the principal in charge, and Sue Salvin, the project manager. There's Candy Anderson, who's the applicant and constituent services lead. Robert Soto, who handles data analysis, quality control, and reporting lead. And then we have 2 of our subject matter experts, who's Jane Wyndham and Armand McNally, who specializes in a very complicated but important process when you're dealing with older homes as it relates to lead-based paint. We're happy to have them on the team as well to assist with that piece in terms of making sure we adhere to policies and procedures in that regard. Next slide, please. Here, we're going to go over some of the roles and responsibilities for ICF, the program manager. Their roles include review of CDBG program policies and procedures, respond to HUD monitoring letter, update the CDBG DR website, review all active housing applicant files, contact and communication with applicants, inbound and outbound calls, emails, letters, and postcards, and also to develop and implement an applicant system of record, which they've done that as well. Very excited, very easy to use. And all the scanning of files and documents have been completed, and the SharePoint has been developed under their leadership. So next. We also did something a little different this time, taking a 2-pronged approach, where not only did we have a program manager, but we also recognize the importance of having a strong construction team on board. And so the city engaged SBP as a subrecipient who specializes in construction, rehab, and new construction. And on that team is Rick McDermott, the project manager, Maria Gonzalez, case management manager, Ken Linhart, the construction manager, and Paul Florina, support ops, IT, and compliance manager. Some of their SVP's roles and responsibilities, again, as I stated earlier, includes construction case management. They assist applicants through each step of the construction process. They perform damage assessments, construction contractor procurement, asbestos and lead-based paint abatement. They manage the construction management piece of the project and also perform weekly inspections of all work in progress and provide a one-year warranty on any work that's completed so that the homeowner can have some recourse if things don't work out within that time period. Next, please. So to your question, Councilman McDowell, we talked about priorities and people who have needs. But in regards to the priorities, one of the things that we set in the beginning in the program is that we wanted to look at and do our best to serve as many people as we could. So in addition to being low to moderate income, the 4 other characteristics you see here were used to define the most in need. And what that is if you're elderly, that means not if you're elderly, but elderly people 62 and older receive priority, and that's 62 plus any household member. If you're disabled, and there's any household member in the home, you're considered a priority. If you're female head of household with children under the age of 18, and if they're health and safety items as defined by city ordinance. Next. So we also came up with a prioritization methodology. So in consideration for the elderly, with more than one priority, we certainly want to take that into account. And then consideration for applicants with more than one priority. All applicants in a cohort will be notified and will be told what documentation is required to move forward. And once documentation is provided, the application is processed and moved to damage assessment. And so let me say this, as the program moves forward, our methodology to prioritize applicants is aligned with the action plan and the program policies and procedures, with the understanding that the program does not have sufficient funding to serve everyone who is in need. So I just want to say that, and you'll see what our proposals are toward the end of the presentation. So we will be moving the applicants to damage assessments individually as cost information for each has been confirmed. And this will ensure that we have sufficient funding to serve all those moving forward, and we do not set expectations for folk, that perhaps we cannot help. Next. So here we're talking about the basis of our average estimated costs. So we did have to look at the estimated costs for repairs, and we came up with $190,000 per applicant to determine the funding need. So the cost is based on increased costs of building materials, environmental remediation costs like the lead and asbestos, and the need for voluntary relocation assistance. It should also be noted that the program assignment, CHAP versus MRP, will not necessarily determine the level of repairs, but the current damage assessment will. So the increased cost of building materials have gone up. In fact, CNBC reported just last Friday that lumber prices for a 8 house has gone up $36,000 per household. And so that's a huge amount of money. That's one of the things that we had to take into consideration with the cost. Also, the remediation of environmental hazards, which is required by HUD and the EPA for the safety of both homeowners and workers. And as you all are aware, a lot of the houses in the city of Columbia were built before 1978. So there is a lot of environmental remediation that will have to be performed. Also, there's a need for financial support for those households that will need to vacate their homes while the repairs are being done or their house is being rebuilt. And so as SBP is securing the estimate for the work, we feel it's prudent to include them in the average cost, which is the $190,000. And at this time, what I'm going to do is ask if Rick McDermott, he is the program manager for SBP, could just join in really briefly to give you a little more information on how we came up with the $190,000 estimate. I think that's important.
Ms. Saeed.
Available? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman McDowell.
Yes, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
When we do as we look over the prioritization of the different levels, let me ask you this. I guess there are persons who's been out of their homes for 5 to 6 years. How does that figure into the prioritization?
Where the prioritization is not based on whether they're out of their homes, Councilman McDowell, what we're looking at is whether they're elderly, whether they're disabled, whether they are a female and head of household, and also whether there's safety issues. So if they're out of their homes, it apparently it must be because the house isn't livable, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so based on the methodology, once you see in the frames that we have ahead, those could be some of the people that you're speaking of potentially. I don't know specifically because I don't know who you're talking about. I don't think we want to mention that on a public forum. But if it's safety issues, those are some of the people who are a high priority. But we'll show you how that methodology works, whether they're 4 priorities, 3, 2, or 1. So we'll talk about that.
Okay, so I'm jumping ahead there.
A little bit, sir, but that's okay. We appreciate the question because I know you all were really looking forward to an update. So,
well, and I don't know that Reverend McDowell's necessarily jumping ahead. I think he's factoring in another issue that is probably weaved into these various priority levels. I would venture to say, Reverend McDowell, as Gloria did as well, that the individuals or applicants you're talking about fit in one of the categories. I mean, a vast majority we have found to be elderly, or definitely the safety issues are there. So as she stated, I mean, we can get with you later to kind of cross-reference certain applicants or individuals you're referring to. But once you see how the prioritization in different rounds that they're about to discuss of these cohorts of applicants have been determined with the new program manager and construction management teams, I think it'll probably make more sense to you that these people are covered through these various prioritizations that Gloria mentioned, if that makes sense. It's not just how long they've been out of the home or if they've been out of the home at all, but you're probably capturing some of the same applicants you're talking about with the way we're doing it now.
The way we prioritize that, the prioritization, of course, I think in some of those instances, 1 or 2 of those priorities will sort of fit into that conversation that I could possibly have with Gloria or with yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm fine.
Ms. Wilson, I have a quick question before we move on from Saeed.
Sure.
Ms. Saeed, so if I'm looking at slide 2, there's roughly remaining funds of $12 million left, and you break it down. Activity delivery is tagged at 4.2 million, and program funds at 7.8. How? So we have a wonderful team on board now to deliver ICF, Livable, and SBP.
yes.
Are those management services, the program management, everything? Which pool of money is that coming out of?
So for the remaining funds, the 12,152,080 out of that activity delivery, the 4,271,000, That's what's going to be used to pay for your subrecipient and your program manager, as well as environmental assessments that we're still going to need to pay for.
Okay, so all our consultants and program management team is coming out of that roughly third of the 12 million.
That is correct.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. So again, if Rick McDermott, Rick, if you can just give a breakdown of some of what you've seen out in the field, just really quickly to talk about the $190,000 estimate that we're using for our projections.
Certainly, Gloria, I'd be happy to do that. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Rick McDermott. I represent the people who work SBP, a nonprofit, trying to shrink the time between disaster and recovery. We're really excited to get things rolling. We've been out to 20 homes assessing the damage and figuring out what it's going to take to bring these people back to a safe, sanitary, and secure housing situation. And the numbers that I'm going to present to you and how we got to that number are based on the conditions we've observed during the visit. I'd like you to note that I've actually personally been on the first 18 inspections, climbing on roofs and attics, crawl spaces, to get a feel for the condition and to what it's going to take to move forward, move the citizens forward under our watch. One of the goals of rebuilding is to rebuild the lost trust with the citizen. We do that through frequent, transparent, and personal communications. So our construction case managers are talking with these citizens each week, usually multiple times during the week. And I personally have met with each citizen or will meet with them if I haven't already, to help reinforce the message and help kind of build trust in our communications and the process. So as we take a look at this accurate assessment and updated projections to make sure we don't put the city in a position of promising the citizen that they can help them and then having to say, oh, gee, we were wrong, we didn't have enough money. We're going through the cost estimate. If you take a look at the previous contractor, they did about 49 families for $2.1 million, and that comes out to $41,000 per completed project. Now, these were all of the easy homes. They were under 40 years of age. They had no asbestos, no lead-based paint, kind of some minimal damage, and they were very close to the actual event themselves. So as we've gone out and taken a look at the estimates, our result of our inspections is there's basically a difference of about 250% between what was there and the easy homes and what are now the homes that were built in the 1920s who have a tremendous amount of asbestos, lead-based paint, as well as additional damage. Also, part of the cost comes from the fact that not only is it a change in scope, but there's an increased cost of materials. If you look at like OSB board prices, they're 3 times higher than they were last year. 2x4s are up by 158% from just last year, and studs are up 164%. If you go back further and take a look at January of 2017, 1,000 board feet of wood was $220.05. The spot price as of noon today for that same wood is $1,609.04. So it's only almost 7.5 times more than when the previous contractors started their inspections. So I say all that to say that takes us to $113,000 for what we believe is going to be the repairs, not including abatement. Now, from the homes that we've seen so far, our abatement costs are at an average about $25,000 per file. Given the nature of the abatement and the fact that they're extensive repairs, there's probably going to be a need for about $9,000 worth of temporary housing. And that takes us to basically $147,000, and that doesn't even factor in any of the replacements. Now, our initial assessment is that we're going to need to replace about 30 of these homes. I was in a home 2 weeks ago where the floor was a trampoline. It's an old slat and plaster lath home. It's got a lot of termite damage. So there's no good foundation for this home, so it's going to have to be replaced. And that's kind of some of the things we're seeing. If you factor in that 1/3 of a replacement value or a replacement volume, then it takes you to about $195,000. Now, we've been in conversation with the city about some things that we can do to institute some cost savings. We believe we can take at least 5,000 out of that by focusing on the home itself, by ensuring that we're meeting construction code compliance standards, but not repairing non-essential items and non-housing items like fences and other property-related code items that do not affect the safety, the sanitation, or the security of the home. And that gets us to our planning factor of about 190K. Once we've got 10 homes complete and our first 5 replacements under contract, we'll be able to revise the figures, give you a tighter analysis and a tighter projection on that. Gloria, subject to questions, I relinquish the floor back to you.
Rick, thank you for that update on how we
Gloria,
came up with the number.
This is Howard Duvall. I've got a question for Rick. Rick, are any of the houses you're working on valued at $190,000 now?
So that's not the value of the house. That's an all-in cost because you've got factors in there. Probably not in terms of that. On the other hand, as you look at the cost of money, if it cost me $190,000 to replace, but I can repair it and give you a good 30-year home for $100,000, $70,000 and go ahead and service someone else in terms of that. So we believe that this is going to be an average cost across it. You've got some historical homes. I know that I worked for the state program. We worked on one historical home that between the asbestos and bringing it up to code and the fact that you couldn't replace things, you had to repair things, it was almost $300,000. We've got a home that we're looking at right now that's probably only going to cost about $65,000 in terms of construction costs, but there's probably going to be another $10,000 to $12,000 in terms of probably putting this family up outside while we take care of the abatement and things like that. So that's going to be a lower cost file. I personally believe that we're going to come in significantly under this number. But to make sure that we don't put the city in a position of promising something to somebody that they then can't deliver, we've used this as an initial planning factor. This is our best guess and being almost pathologically pessimistic as opposed to pathologically optimistic. It will not cost more than that. We believe that we'll be able to service everybody, and there's no way it will cost more than this. I think it will come in a lot less. I don't know, sir. Did that kind of answer your question?
Well, yes and no. Some of those houses are not. I would hate to put $175,000 in.
Well, we don't intend to do that. So if the home has a decent structure and we can salvage it, they go from very small homes to very large homes. So there's one we're going to put probably 110, 120 in. It's a 2,700 square foot home, very nice home. A lot of our cost is going to be the fact that the left side facade brick has pulled away. Now, there's nothing structurally wrong with that home. It would be a shame to knock that one down and spend 160 or 170,000 rebuilding and give him maybe a 1,400 square foot home when he's got that, and we can actually save a little bit of money. You are absolutely right. There are some homes out there that aren't worth $25,000. Those homes will end up obviously replacing, but it's always a cost thing of, can I repair? Is there enough structure left that I can repair it for significantly less money and still give a 30, 40 year life to that home than building new?
Okay, thank you.
Rick,
Yes, sir.
Let me ask this question. Two questions, actually. Of course, when I read that and it says that an average cost of $190,000, it gives, and I think Howard is right on target, it gives a view that you're going to spend $190,000 per applicant. I think that in itself needs to be clarified, because what you said, we can spend up to $190,000 if that is the actual cost that will take to repair that home. Is that right?
It's actually an average cost across all files. So as I said, there may be a home that because of abatement and other things, structurally reinforcing the lot and things like that, it might be 250,000, and the next home might be 75,000.
So we could spend up to $190,000.
Councilman, this is Gloria. So I'll answer this way. When we had to come up with a worst case scenario in terms of costs. So the best way to look at how many we could serve based on that amount and move forward, and based on what we know about the maximum construction cost and any environmental costs, and the fact that we may have to have relocation, we estimated it to be the $190,000. Now, clearly, what we are hoping will happen is that's not going to be the case. So, but I think it's best to, use a higher number, and we have money left over to help more people, as opposed to using a lower number, and then we got to figure out, okay, we're not going to be able to help as much people as we estimated.
Okay, that's fine.
So it is just an average cost so that we can move the program forward and start serving individuals.
Now, I just wanted to know whether or not the way it reads, or the way I read it, is that we got $190,000 per applicant. Second question, I'm sorry.
No, sir, we'll be providing them with the service that is appropriate for that particular property.
All right, that sounds good. Rick, let me ask you this. I understand that you've surveyed several homes, looking at damages and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
How much of that surveying is flood related?
Well, okay, let me separate it between flood related and storm related. Okay, most of the homes that we have were not directly flooded in terms of rising water. What the vast majority of them had was wind driven rain. And it becomes a little bit difficult to say how much was specifically for this storm versus how much is as a result of the fact that the storm was almost 6 years ago now. And so there is, and the challenge becomes also when you're talking specifically about the LMI community, FEMA historically kind of underpays in terms of that. And so, if they had a blue tarp on in 2015, in December of 2015, and it's still there 3 years later, well, you've got, maybe it was $2,000 for a roof repair initially, and now it's a roof, and you've got, joists and rafters, and you've got mold in the insulation, and now you've got some vertical wall damage. So it's really a compounding factor for that in terms of that. Now, I've been to the first 18 inspections, and I have a Medicare card and great-grandchildren, but I get up in the rafters and I get up in the crawl spaces and everything else like that for two reasons. First of all, I want to make sure that my folks understand that that's my expectation when they go out and inspect. And number two, I want the citizen to feel confident that they're getting a good assessment of their actual home in terms of that. So in answer to your question, I couldn't give you a percentage of it. I can just tell you that there's an absolute need for these folks.
All right.
Mr. Davis.
That 190 number, I agree that's not I don't know that is a good base figure. I'm hearing what you're saying with where the conversation is going about what needs to be done, what was done, what has not been done. Based on all the conversations I had, and one as late as Sunday night from a constituent, I can't call her name, but I'm sure Miss the city manager knows her. I'm hearing about some things that are being planned in terms of what's going to be done, what's going to be looked at. But it was my understanding that a lot of this was already done. And so it's still I'm anticipating another delay where there are people who are constantly asking me about when are we going to do, and that we've looked at files and we've gathered information on a lot of these residences. Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of scared, honestly, about how long it's going to take again if I'm hearing a lot of the same preliminary things that were supposed to have been done or that was done. So,
Councilman, if I could address that, Gloria, if you don't mind. I'm responsible for construction, and I put a lot of pressure on my folks to get stuff out the door. Right now, we're working through some preliminary designs and things like that so that we can, once we hit the ground running, we don't run into any problems with codes or design districts or anything else like that. The citizens absolutely told me personally, look, I've been inspected to death. And I said, right. You're preaching to the choir. Amen. You're absolutely right. But I want to just give you one example. I went out to a particular home, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about anybody else, but this citizen had been told that their roof was perfectly okay and that their roof they weren't going to touch their roof. That was a previous damage assessment. I will tell you that that roof was bad in 2015. That roof probably hadn't been good since about 2010. There's obvious storm damage. There's all sorts of things wrong with that roof. I almost fell through that roof, and that doesn't happen overnight. And it was right by where there's a leak that you could see that had been there from actual and impact damage. And so to have a damage assessment that says we're not going to do your roof, but then we're going to give you upper cabinets, which are perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with them. That tells me that there wasn't the level of detail that was proper for the citizens on that particular home. And so I'm not going to trust somebody else's work. I'm going to go out there. Now, we got files on the 17th of March, the 17th of March, and we've already been out to 22 homes as of today. And I intend to put my first bid package out within the next 2 weeks. That starts the process for the first home. My goal is to get the first 35 to 40 homes, and I'm overstepping what Gloria has in terms of the number, but I'm counting on some cost savings. But I put hard marks on the wall. But I want those under construction in the first series of them done before fall. So that's what I'm working towards. I haven't failed at anything in my life, and I don't intend to start now.
Thank you. I clearly understand you and what you've got to go through. But when I look at the numbers and we go back to from whence we've come up to this point, and the kinds of complaints and requests I've been getting since the storm.
Yes, sir.
A number of those damages did not go that high. If you were talking about some windows that may have been damaged and so forth. The footing, as I was talking about an elderly person, the footings of a ramp and small porch area. And we just haven't gotten there yet. But also on the scale, we've purchased houses that have been where the area was flooded, and we purchased those houses. And I've gone through areas where we were paying to elevate houses so they don't flood anymore. But I would venture to say that when we look at the average cost of this list, I would also say in Ed's area also, the costs are not as high as they were elsewhere, but we haven't gotten to them yet, and that is a frustration. So I'm just, I don't want to show my frustration, but what I'm hearing, I've heard before. In all honesty, to people that have been really pleading, and sounds like we're going to go down that court again. I don't know how many baskets we're going to make, but it's.
Yes, sir, Mr. I'm sorry.
I'm just not comfortable with what I'm hearing.
Well,
to be
Mr.
honest with
Davis,
y'all.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
we're not going down the same, we're not even playing in the same court anymore. So I totally understand your frustration, but I just have to say that, this is my decision ultimately to go down the path we're going down now. And it is for the reasons of frustration that you just said. So we are not even playing ball in the same court anymore. I know that SBP's reputation, and we kind of breezed over their roles and what they're doing for you today, but I can give you a lot more information about their level of expertise and what they've done as working on construction management from the flood for the state and then all across the country. And I feel very comfortable and confident that Rick and his team will get us there. And I feel even more comfortable and confident that he is putting his word and his work on the line publicly, expressing to our citizens his own personal review of these homes, to the point of acknowledging where things that may not have been identified before are being identified now. So, I know that it makes you still question it, as you should, for your constituents, but this is where we are, and this is the right direction to go now, moving forward.
Well, I know you put a lot of effort into this, but I just I would not be honest with about the process and how we've gotten to this point, and why in other areas folks have closed shop. The damage, the investments and all that were done. And here we are, it's like we're still starting over, starting from point one. That's not, I don't know, I just.
Well, I'm not sure about which other areas or how other entities have done their programs, but I'm responsible for this one. And so when I have, when I see that we need to go in a different direction, that's what we're doing.
Okay, I understand, but it's aching to hear that we have, where there was flood damage and so forth. We've gone in, we've purchased properties, and turn them into green space. I've seen houses where whatever the negotiations was, and folks were reimbursed, but they're having to elevate the houses above the level that they were prior to the flood. We've done all of that in some areas.
We have to be clear too, Mr. Davis, about what was done by whom. There were private homeowners who made decisions to do some of what you're describing.
I understand that. I'm just saying that it's just disheartening for me to.
There's a storm at my house, so I hope I don't lose power.
Well, you got it. Okay, I don't want to belabor this. Why don't we just get together? I'd like to talk with the team and maybe kind of just re-review some of today's presentations. I think that may help shed some light on where I need to place my focus moving forward, and work with staff to see that we accomplish the goal.
Ms. Wilson? She may have lost.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, well, Ms. Wilson, let me just say a word of appreciation. I think we're on the right path. We're on the right path. This has been, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
You're there? Maybe the storm.
Reverend McDowell, go ahead. I'm having some problems with power. Just, you can
Okay.
keep talking though. I'm sure
Okay,
it can-
Gloria and Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me just say a word of appreciation. I think we've jumped another hurdle, because the hurdle for me, of course, has been a compassion and a passion for those persons who are still homeless and not in their homes. From what I gather from the new configuration, what I see is a plan to get at the heart of the issue, and that's to get folk back, either back in their homes or repairing their homes. So I think we're on the right track. And if we stay on that track, I think we are probably headed towards a sense of accomplishment. So I'm appreciative, and I don't want to sound contentious in any way, but I do want to say that there again are persons who are, for lack of a better word, suffering because they're still out of their homes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I do appreciate that. So we will talk about some of those folk that we're looking to help. If we could go to the next frame. So what we've done is we have come up with 23 applications so far. We call that our round one, that have already gone to damage assessment. Most of them were identified by the prior program manager, and then some were added by staff. But there's a total of 23, and 17 out of the 23 of those have elderly priority. And so the total to fund the 23 in the elderly, the 23 in the round one is $4,370,000. And that's at the estimated 190. And so, but to your point, if it doesn't cost 190, which everything won't, but we're setting that as the bar just so that we can make sure we can serve the folk that we say that we've done the damage assessments for thus far. So let's go to the next frame, please. So let us give you an example of the round one applications. And you know, we've already talked about how we're prioritizing applicants and the methodology that we're using. As you can see from this chart, out of the 23 that have gone to damage assessments, it shows that 5 of those applicants have 3 priorities. So if you look at CHAP, you see that there's 2 applications under CHAP. They have 3 priorities. One is that they're elderly, they have a disability, and they also have health and safety issues in the home. There's one that's in CHAP that is elderly, has a disability, but is female head of household. And then there's another where you see that there are 2 in MRP, and there are 3 priorities for them. They're elderly, disabled, and have health and safety issues in the home. So you see how it's being broken down by priorities based on who we are serving. Do you all have any questions about this? We can certainly come back to it because I do want to go through the next round. So just so you know, most of the applicants in this cohort were already in the pre-construction with the prior program managers, and those that were not, again, as I mentioned earlier, were added based on health and safety issues. Next. So we also have a round 2 that's been reviewed. And so in the round 2, There are 18 applications that are ready to move to damage assessment. And 16 out of the 18 also have a elderly priority. And so if we're to serve the 18 in round 2, that total is $3,420,000. Next. So here's a breakdown of what the applicants look like in round 2. As I mentioned, there are 18 applicants. And you can see how it's broken down in terms of priority. And you can see where there's 2 in this round that meet all 4 categories of the priorities. They're elderly, they're disabled, they're female head of household, and they also have health and safety issues. So again, this speaks to the methodology on that we're trying to make sure we serve those most in need first, based on the funds that we have remaining. Next. So in terms of the program summary, as I mentioned, in round 1, the 23 applications that have already gone to damage assessment, with us estimating the cost at $190,000 each. And again, 17 of those applications are in the elderly priority group. That total comes to $4,370,000. In round 2, there are 18 applications estimated at $190,000 each. That total comes to $3,420,000. So if you look, if you recall from the earlier frame, we talked about the remaining funding of the 7.8 million. If you deduct what applicants are in round 1 and round 2 and the estimated cost, once they're all served, that will leave a remaining amount of $90,972,000. Next.
Gloria, before you move on, or
yes,
I'm sorry, you might be getting to it, but I guess from the folks that have applications in, do we know how many we're not going to be able to fund?
Yes, we do. I'm sure we do, and I may have to defer to Sue with ICF for that number, because we've had so many numbers, because there were quite a few people in the eligibility stage. However, what we did with the methodology is, again, and I'm sure that's why you're asking, Councilwoman Devine, is based on the methodology. We know who we're going to be able to serve. You're wanting to know the total number of those that we're not going to be able to serve, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So Gloria, if I may jump in, this is Dolores Accurso.
Yes.
So there is a group of folks, there are about 55 applicants who only have 1 priority. And those folks, most likely we will not get to. And then there's about 54 folks in that group. And then another 16 to 17 folks who have no priority at all. However, that being said, remember that these numbers are based on 190,000. So if the cost is actually less, we will continue to move folks up and through the process as funding becomes available. Okay, so we can't really say, hey, there's 70 some folks that may not get help. Those folks may get help, because if we don't spend the 190 and we end up spending it when all is said and done, and Rick does his calculation, the average is maybe 90,000, then we're looking at being able to increase the total number of folks that we're helping. And we're tracking the funding as well as what's left and continue to move folks forward. We work together as a team so that we can get folks through the process as quickly as possible. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, Dolores.
Okay.
Thank you, Dolores.
No problem.
So next time.
Gloria,
Yes, sir.
let me ask this question. and I know it may be a question that we may not just want to do that. How doable it is for us to be provided with a list of those persons in round 1 and 2?
Meaning you want to know where they live and that's the names and where they live?
I mean, it could be an address or a name or whatever. I think in order to disseminate the information in a very accurate way, finding out and knowing who those persons are, we could possibly help with some PR in terms of their own frustration.
Ms. Wilson, I'll defer to you on that in terms of providing that detailed information.
Well, I mean, well, you can defer to me. I think that's ultimately going to be a legal question, Reverend McDowell, as to how much information we can provide.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I've seen a list. I've seen the list with applicant numbers, and I think Dolores, the list that we utilized, you all had scrubbed it originally on the tables, and it may have showed as much as you could show publicly. So I don't, we can talk to you, Reverend McDowell, about that and try to work with you with your particular questions and constituents. I don't know that we need to just, I'm not going to sit here and say that we can just blanketly give out all the information about every applicant.
Yeah, I would not want that. Perhaps there are other persons in 1 or 2 of the other districts and other folk who have situations sort of similar to what I'm experiencing and with the client, with the constituents.
Yes, sir.
So if there's an individual conversation, I'd certainly welcome that.
Yes,
and I'm
sir.
not saying that carte blanche, we take a list and put all that. No, I'm not asking for that. Just specifically in those areas that affect the constituents where I serve.
Yes, sir. Dolores, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, so just a couple of things. With federal dollars come baggage, as we all know, and there are certain rules and regulations. So personal identifiable information is protected. So we cannot give out information unless you are the applicant. We could speak in general terms, but not specific information unless you are the applicant or the applicant's designated contact person. And so I think, and I don't know, and I know Gloria is going to get to it in the last slide, but we, ICF, we do receive phone calls every day. Candy Anderson, who is our person in charge of applicant and constituent services, does a wonderful job of walking and working through the applicants that call and have concerns of where they are in the process, and we'll sit there and spend however much time we have to talking to them. We have in place that we will return their calls within the 24 hours, and we give them as much information as we can as to what their status is. So I would encourage you all to make sure you have that number and that you share that with your constituents. And if any of you would like to call Candy directly and kind of have a general conversation with her about something, an individual you have concerns about, then we can reach out to the individual. That's what is part of our job, and that's what we do on a regular basis.
Well, I think you all know that when folk can't get in touch with you guys, they're going to call us. That's a given. So to have that kind of conversation individually, and I understand Fed regs and all of that sort of thing, but I also understand when folk are hurting and they can't get the information that they need and want, they're going to reach out to one of us.
Yes, sir. Well, we'll work with you, Reverend McDowell, on that, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next. So next steps moving forward. So as we've talked about, we've shown you how we prioritized the entire the application pool, and we've shown you the applications that have been moved or will be moved to damage assessments as funding becomes available. And the following slides will present the next grouping to consider as funding becomes available. And so we are ready to move forward and excited about what's ahead. So in the next frame, here we have, so we've already talked about round 1 and 2. So in this particular group, we're looking at 35 applicants. Out of this group, 31 of the applicants are elderly and 4 have 4 priorities. So what we're doing here is we're showing you out of those that in order to serve the 35 in this group at $190,000 each, it will cost an additional $6,650,000. So if we can go to the next frame. Here, because we know what it would cost to serve 35, we want to go over with you some of the recommendations that through the leadership of Ms. Wilson that staff has looked at that could potentially be used to assist additional applications. And so we are proposing potential additional funding in community development block grant, revolving loan fund dollars in the amount of $570,771. We're proposing $1 million from the Home Investment Partnership Grant Fund. And also we're proposing from the ARP fund $1 million. But I will point out as a point of reference that with ARP, the funds are subject to Treasury guidance. So this is a proposal of how we can come up with additional dollars to assist additional applicants. And so based on that amount, you're looking at potentially 14 additional applicants that could be served, and that would allow for a surplus of $1,743 left over, which you can't do a whole lot with that, but at the end of the day, we want to spend as much money as we can, so you don't want a lot left over. So the next frame, please. So we're summarizing everything here. We talked about the $90,772,000 that will be left over from the first 2 cohorts of round 1 and round 2, plus the proposed funding from CDBG RLF, from Home, and from ARP. That gives a total of $2,661,743, less the round 3 applications where we say we can serve 14 additional applications if we're able to, solidify those funds. That total again is $2,660,000, which again would leave the $1,743 in surplus funds. So next. All right, so that's the end. I hope that information was useful to you. And then, again, we're available if you have any other questions at this time to answer your questions as best we can.
Can you go back 1 slide, please, Gloria?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the funding summary here, again, these are just recommended potential funding sources. Obviously, you all are fairly familiar with our revolving loan fund through CDBG and the home program. We tried not to deplete the home program funds, correct, Gloria, with the recommendation here?
Yes, ma'am.
And then with the RLF, I think that probably is the majority of it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But I do think to be able to potentially assist 14 more applicants out of the 35 remaining would be a good use of the funds. And obviously, assuming that the criteria would be met through the ARP funding, that would also be a wise use of those funds. So those are recommendations as we continue to move forward. and we can bring those back to you to confirm if you want us to move in that direction as we first and foremost get through rounds 1 and 2 as they were explained to you.
All right.
Any questions?
Questions? Any additional questions? All right. Thanks. And thanks, Teresa, for reflecting the constant feedback and frustrations of council and acting on it. Appreciate the leadership.
Yes, sir, Mayor. So I know Gloria and the team have some additional presentations as well today. Gloria?
Yes, ma'am. So I've finished my part, and our Dolly Bristow, our CD administrator, has 2 additional presentations that she will be doing. Thank you all.
Thank you. And thank you to the SBP and ICF team members as well.
Thank you, Gloria. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
Dolly.
Hi. Good afternoon to Mayor and City Council and to Ms. Wilson. While they're uploading the presentation here, just want to take this time to say it's very good to see all of you. A lot of times we don't get the opportunity to see you on a regular basis. So it's good to know that you're all still participating and doing well. And that is a blessing. So I'm here this afternoon just to give you a brief presentation on the CARES Act Round 3 substantial amendment to the consolidated plan, the 2024 consolidated plan, and the 2020 annual action plan. On September 11th, 2020, HUD made available some remaining dollars of the CDBG CV allocations to the entitlements. And they named this Round 3. And this allocation really is for fighting the spread of COVID-19 by providing assistance to renters and homeowners. The amount that the City of Columbia was awarded in Round 3 was $976,268. And of course, we also received Round 1 funding at $611,921 for a total in community development block grant funding of a little over 1.5 million. In addition, in Round 1, the city also received $220,838 in HOPWA funding. And these funds are to be used to address the coronavirus, to prevent, prepare, or respond to the pandemic. Next slide. So the provisions under CDBG CV, it does suspend the 15% public service cap. It also has a 5-day public comment period. Normally our comment period is 30 days. So this is a provision that has shortened that comment period. Also suspends in-person public meetings and gives us the option to hold them virtually as we're doing today. In addition to that, these funds, CV funds, are not included in the timeliness requirement that HUD has at 24 CFR 570.902. So these funds do not count toward our timeliness test. Also, there are other waivers that HUD has, but these waivers, there are waivers that are not included, which are fair housing, non-discrimination, labor standards, and environmental reviews. 5-year priority goals and that were established in our 5-year action plan, or 5-year, consolidated plan. these CV funds directly impact the public service and quality of life improvements, specifically the goal 3B, the vital services for LMI households. And so all of our priorities are listed here, but the CV funds specifically for the round 3 will impact the goal 3B. 3B. Next slide. So our proposed projects for the CDBG CV funding, the projects are administration at 195,000, a little over 195,000, and public services, which includes the activities that will address LMI, individuals, households, or neighborhoods. And that activity being rental or mortgage assistance that will assist up to 6 months in rental or mortgage that are in arrears, and also utility assistance up to 2 months, but it does not include water as the utility. The total cost, the total $976,268. We've come to this conclusion that using these federal dollars for public services that will address rental and mortgage, there was a survey, we did do a survey that was available between April 13th and April 19th that really targeted the nonprofit agencies and the community-based organizations. As you remember, when CV funds first were available, we did a survey at that time to see what the needs were for the community. But because needs have changed and we are at a different point, we wanted to be inclusive to those agencies that serve our citizens. And what they found was the greatest need for their clients being housing assistance. And of course, that's we all know that, you know, that is a major priority right now at 41.18%. And of course, there were some other needs, but housing assistance being the greatest. And then when we asked what the clients' immediate needs were, 76.47% said housing assistance. And then what does your organization deem the greatest need for your clients due to the impacts of COVID-19? 82% was rental assistance, with 17% being utility assistance. And so with that information, we were able to proceed with ensuring that these funds would be used for housing assistance. So the substantial amendment timeline, and like I said, this is a very brief presentation. The public comment period for CV3 was April 13th through the 19th. City Council presentation, which we are doing today. This information will be submitted, the substantial amendment will be submitted to HUD by May 27th. And then HUD may take up to 45 days to review and approve, which means these funds would be available around July 13th. So that's just a brief timeline, just to give you an indication of the process that we need to do. Any questions, we will still, the community, citizens are still able to provide comments if they'd like, and we will make sure that they are included in our submission for the substantial amendment. And they can do that online, or they can do it via post mail to Community Development at 1401 Main Street, or they can send any additional comments directly to community development at communitydevelopment@columbiasc.gov. In addition to that, we want to make sure that we get comments by May 13th.
Darling.
Yes, sir.
May I ask a question, Ed McDowell? And I know this may be far-fetched as we talk about the substantial amendment, but look, and I'm almost like a scratched record because I'm very interested and concerned about our firefighters and the equipment there. And I know that there is some specificity in terms of what's outlined in the substantial amendment. But is there any way we could possibly look at some options in terms of helping our firefighters with equipment? And when I say equipment, I'm talking about a change. I mean, again, the cancer rate for firefighters, it's not decreasing, but increasing. Is there a possibility, or is there another way, either to the left or to the right, where some of our firefighters could be given another change of equipment?
Oh, we're using the CARES Act money for that.
We can? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, but this is different.
All right, I know that. I just in case we got some substantial amendment monies out there and we don't know what to do with it. We got a place for it to fall.
Well, I can say that for the project that we have this money classified under as public service, now I'm not sure what type of equipment that you are referring. Is it personal equipment, or is it equipment for a fire station, or?
It's equipment for firefight. It's their uniform.
Their second set of gear, Reverend McDowell.
I'm sorry?
A second set of gear.
Yeah, second set of gear. I'm sorry. Yes. So yes, it could very well be classified public service because these firefighters need a second set of gear. So whatever pot it falls in, I want to make sure we keep this at the forefront of these guys who are giving service to this city and to every event that takes place, that they are risking their lives.
Well, it's certainly something we can look into more clearly. I can't say that it will be eligible today, but we'll certainly look into the possibility of that. And again, it would need to be classified under public service,
sure.
Which is what this pot of money is for. And so that's certainly something we can look into prior to submission.
I'd really appreciate that. I have not talked to Chief about this recently, but it's a concern of mine because of the attention that was given when I visited a fire station. So yes, if you look into that and of course see whether or not there's some available monies under the substantial amendment that we could possibly use for a second set of gear for these guys and women.
There's $6 million CARES Act money that the city has from the stimulus that we could designate if we make it a priority.
Good. All right. Whatever pot it falls in, I think these guys are deserving to get it.
It's an understatement, Ed. Thank you. Any other questions for Dolly right now? So Dolly, so people who are looking forward to this, the best way for them to provide comments is by email, and they got to do it before midnight on the 13th, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm sorry, I can't see everyone with the screen up, with their hands up. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mayor Benjamin, I'm sorry, I'm doing a little bit of multitasking, just because I know some of you all are concerned about the recent shooting we're hearing, not confirmed in 5 Points, Mr. Brennan. I'm trying to get as factual information for you. So Chief and Deputy Chief are sending that as soon
I've
as.
gotten 3 texts about it, so anything you can let us know would be
Yes, sir. I'm trying right now. Their officers are on the scene in between Andy's Deli and apartments. The possible suspect and victim fled together. K9s are tracking down there. That's all I've got right now. I think they do have some other information that I can't get into, but they're working on it.
Worth noting that it's contemporaneous with the summary dismissal of our 3 ordinance lawsuit by the Attorney General. The reality is that we need to do everything we can to keep guns out of the hands of folks who want to do harm to each other. And as I didn't share my comment with all of you, I think I did send to the city manager. I find it wholly offensive that the people of Columbia didn't have the opportunity to even make its arguments before the judge. This is important enough that even Senator Graham has spoken on red flag laws, and that the President of the United States has spoken quite often just in the last couple of weeks about red flag laws and ghost guns in particular. These laws, these ordinances passed by this council are consistent with the Second Amendment, consistent with state laws, and the opportunity to just argue those on behalf of the people of the city has been denied to us. We will file a motion for reconsideration. If in fact that is not offered, then we'll appeal the decision. But if this council is willing to work, the President of the United States is willing to work, Senator Graham's willing to work, and our judges need to work too.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for continuing to push that fight. It is important. It is kind of, disappointing once again that, the judicial system is really affecting our ability to protect our citizens. And I think police officers are tired of repeat offenders and folks continuing to be let off. And now we don't have the ability to work with, and I agree with you 100%. We were in the right, and we should have that opportunity to be heard.
Amen. Thank you. We got one more presentation, Madam City Manager. You're on mute, Teresa.
My apologies. Yes, sir. Dolly, are you taking us through the final presentation?
I certainly am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And this is our fiscal year 2021 annual action plan for community development and mayor and council.
Yes. So this, I'm presenting the 2021 annual action plan, which represents the second year of the city's consolidated plan for the fiscal years 20 through 2024. This was ratified by City Council and approved by HUD, and that was the 5-year plan. So the annual action plan really is submitted every year, and it addresses the priorities that have been identified through the CON plan. And it also describes specific uses or planned uses for HUD dollars for activities. And it helps us determine what we are going to utilize to reach our program priorities and goals. And this information is managed through HUD's Integrated Disbursement Information System, or IDIS. And so that's where we house all of the program and recorded information. So the 2021 funding allocation, the 3 entitlements that we represent under this plan are CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, HOME, and HOPWA, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS. For our allocation for 2021, we received a little over $1 million in CDBG, along with other program income and the revolving loan fund, as well as some prior year funding. We would have a total revenue of a little over $1.8 million for our budget for 2021 for CDBG. For the Home Investment Partnership, our allocation is $690,000, added with the program income to a total revenue that would be available at $940,000. And for HOPWA, our allocation a little over 1.5 million, coupled with some prior year funding for a total revenue of $1.6 million or $1,609,215. Total revenue estimated for the 21 fiscal year is $4,417 and $813. Of course, other funding sources that community development administers, you've heard about the disaster recovery dollars. There's also the CDBG mitigation program dollars. I just presented on the CARES Act funding dollars, which total altogether for CARES Act is a little over $1.8 million for the CARES Act. All of these are managed under community development. And again, our priority goals and needs, which we addressed in the last presentation. And so all of the activities that we recommend for funding go through a vetting process through the Citizens Advisory Committee. And one of their goals and their focuses is making sure that the activities that are selected will help us meet these priorities, our priorities and the goals that we have set for the 5-year strategic plan. The focused redevelopment areas, City Council did determine the 4 prioritized redevelopment areas, which are Booker Washington Heights, King Lion Street, Farrell Road Business Corridor, which is a part of the Eau Claire redevelopment area, and Edisto Court redevelopment area. And we are continuing to utilize these as the prioritized areas. However, there are a total of 7 redevelopment areas, which also include Belvedere redevelopment area, Brandon Acres, Cedar Terrace, and the NRSA redevelopment. So 95% of our projected expenditures for the 2021 fiscal year will be utilized for those that are low moderate income or neighborhoods or areas. And then this will meet our public benefit requirement of 70%. So we have to have at least 70% of our expenditures in our program year must be for those that are LMI. And just to reiterate what LMI is, of course, it's 80% or less of the area median income. And as of the 2021 HUD income limits, a family of 4 at 80% is $57,700. And we talked about in some of the other presentations about what is extremely low, the 30%, the extremely low. So this, you see a household of 4 would be 26,500. So that's extremely low. So just wanted to highlight for you on that. Next slide. So the planned activities that we have, these are being recommended. And again, these have gone through the NOPA process, or our notification of funds available process, which ultimately gets vetted through our Citizens Advisory Committee. And we are recommending the activities under CDBG. The three project areas are administration, public services, and non-public service or public facilities, infrastructure, and demolition. For public services, there's a total of $177,150 through various activities, including those applicants that were awarded through the vetting process, the comment for their comment to the market pilot program, Mercy, United Way of the Midlands, Homeless No More, Fast Forward, and Community Development, the Bank on Financial Literacy program. Under the public facilities, infrastructure, and demolition projects, city departments were awarded these dollars for public works, for the Booker Washington Street replacement and improvement, the police department, the demolition project, Parks and Recreation, the T.S. Martin renovation phase 2, and the Office of Business Opportunity to continue the good work they do with the Commercial Revitalization and Retention Program. That total for the public facilities and non-public service activities is $872,767. And then last are our housing programs, which community development administers through our department. There's the administration and operations of our housing portfolio, the Housing Maintenance Assistance Program, or MAP, and then City Lender One loan program, or Uplift. And so that total is $560,000. Total of the budget is $1,868,590 for the CDBG budget. Moving on to home. Home has an allocation for administration for the total set aside, which is the Community Housing Development Organization. It's required that we set aside 15% of our entitlement to assist those organizations that promote and move forward affordable housing. And also, the majority of our budget is being set aside or used for residential affordable loans acquisition, rehabilitation, or new construction. And so those are the three categories or project areas for the home dollars, for a total of $940,008. And then the action plan activities for HOPWA program, our sponsors, the Columbia Housing Authority, the Midlands Housing Alliance for Transitions, Palmetto AIDS Life Support Services, the Cooperative Ministry, Upper Savannah Care Services, and the University of South Carolina. They are our sponsors who provide direct benefits or direct services to the individuals that are HIV or AIDS positive and are LMI. The total budget for our sponsors, $1,609,215. So our next steps, of course, we are currently in our public comment period. The public comment period began April 10th and will end May 11th. We have had our first public hearing. The hearing today is our second public hearing. And also, we are requesting approval to move our draft annual action plan to be able to submit it to HUD no later than May 13th. And our program year then will begin July 1st, 2021. Are there any questions?
I review all the annual reports and really appreciate the work that you all do and that our citizens committee does as well. Have we ever produced in the aggregate that just maybe showing over the last 10 years or 15 or 20 years, all the investments in affordable housing, whether it be rental, low income, for sale, fee simple ownership, or even the projects like Lorick Place and the Point at Elmwood that we've helped leverage dollars to get done? Is that something we could produce, Teresa and Dolly? I think it'd be worth showing exactly how much we've devoted in that space. I think it might actually be not just insightful, but rewarding to all the discussions around affordable housing.
Shall we call it the Benjamin Legacy Report?
I said 20 years.
Oh, okay.
This goes well beyond me, but it would be important to note. Tamika mentioned earlier our work, particularly around the home ownership piece, is something that people still. I mean, it amazes me. It's still not a novel idea when I share it with colleagues across the country. But those two projects alone, I mean, and obviously we talk about the Point at Elmwood and the partnership with Second Nazareth and what it's meant to that entire community. We've had ongoing community discussions about that particular area, and just over the course of time, looking at Daniel and Sam and Tamika, we've invested significant resources that go back to EW and Luther and Bob and Ann and everybody else. But unless you've actually seen what was there before, it's tough to kind of understand that. But Lorick Place just jumps out to me because I remember us leaving city council meeting late one night, heading over there because of the chief raising the red flag on the fire conditions, and the faulty wiring there, and a number of people, a number of whom were non-English speaking residents there who were being, quite frankly, taken advantage of. And then you think about the way in which we methodically leverage these partnerships to produce high quality low-income housing in that space, tore down what was old and built up what was new in District 2. I just think we got to do a better job telling the story. There's been a significant amount done, and unless you tell the story and then realize how much more we can do, recognizing the need is still great and grave. But I'd like to see a report of what we've been able to do in the aggregate, and that, quite frankly, may very well be looking at the various reports and totaling them up. I mean, guys, we stepped up with the MAP program, we stepped up with the PAIR program, the GAP program, specifically designed, spending millions of dollars on weatherizing homes, and not only focusing on homeowners, but also focusing on landlords and making sure that they have the resources for those who might be focusing on rental, a rental situation as opposed to a homeownership situation. But we've done a lot. I mean, our team has done a lot over multiple administrations and through several staff leads, Gloria and Deborah and Tony and everyone else. So, I mean, it's worth being able to tell the story. I'd like to see that in the aggregate and going well beyond me coming to the city. I'm talking about looking over a 20-year horizon and just being able to tell what we've done and be able to clearly articulate that. And I haven't thought about what the county or the state or others might do, because Yeah, just it'd be worth seeing these numbers, because these numbers are good numbers. We leverage federal dollars very well. We leverage private sector dollars fairly well. There's a new opportunity, obviously, with the new state low-income housing tax credit complementing the federal dollars. But it's very difficult to kind of know where you're going unless you can clearly articulate where you come from. And you know, this process is, you got to be innovative, and you got to ideate, but it's iterative. You know, we learned some things along the way that have worked and some that haven't worked. And I think it's worth putting all that in one place, in one document. So that's the request, Teresa and Dolly and Gloria. Let's pull that together.
Absolutely.
Certainly.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council before I think this is a public hearing, and I'd ask Ms. Grajales if we have any citizens who signed up to speak, who may want to have their voice heard on the FY 2021 Annual Action Plan for Community Development. Anything, lady?
No, Mayor, nobody has indicated that they wish to speak. Anybody that's currently hearing, if you would like to speak on this item, you can press *3 to raise your hand, and we will connect you to the meeting. But for right now, nobody appears to be on the line to speak on this item.
And for those clearly monitoring my speech, Ms. Grajales' first name is Lady. So that's why I said anything else, Lady. But thank you, Lady. Any other questions from council for Ms. Bristow? All right, good deal.
And Mayor Benjamin, I do think that Dolly or Gloria can correct me if I'm wrong, that they would like a vote in order to go ahead and submit to HUD, notwithstanding any additional public input they receive.
That is correct, Teresa.
Thank you.
I so move, Mr. Mayor.
A second.
Second.
Further discussion. Move the previous question. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Mr. Rickman?
Aye.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Ed, you got your
Mr. Duval?
Aye.
Ms. Devine?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin?
Aye. Let the record reflect Mr. McDowell put his thumb up. Y'all mute now.
Yes. Yes.
Good deal. Good deal.
Very
All right.
good.
All right. Aye.
Mr. Mayor, we can move into the consent agenda items 7 through 13.
All right.
We'll move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? None. We'll move the previous question. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Mr. Rickman?
Aye.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mr. Duval?
Aye.
Ms. Devine?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin?
Aye. Thank you, ma'am.
Event resolutions, items 14 through 20. Item 14 is a resolution number R 2021-022 authorizing consumption of beer and wine only at Outfest Columbia in the 1200 block of Park Street between Gervais Street and Lady Street on Saturday, June 5th, 2021. And Mayor Benjamin and Council, I would add that we are still adhering to COVID-19 protocols, encouraging event planners to do that. And we've reviewed those prior to putting these resolutions on your agenda.
That's also a wonderful opportunity, Teresa, as we look at the potential expiration of the mask ordinance, what those protocols will look like going forward, maybe feedback from you all at the appropriate time as to how that might modify things in terms of spacing and attendance in the hallway. So just kind of keep that in mind. But thank you.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Is there is there a projected number attendance wise?
I don't, let me look in your backup materials. I don't know if Sherry Artist or anyone is online, Teresa, that can find it maybe quicker than I can.
I don't know that we have those numbers for each of them.
You know, they're, like I said last time, Reverend McDowell, sometimes they're able to give us that, but you know, quite frankly, these events are open to the public. So it's, I mean, it would be a guesstimate at best.
Is that a part of the protocol when they fill out the application for an event?
I think that our staff, you know, public safety staff tries to get some indication whether or not it's a hard and fast number. Probably not.
Well, I don't have any problems with the event. My only problem, of course, is they're open for the public. We will renew our mask ordinance at some point. Do they have the necessary CDC guidelines attached to the protocol?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, any discussion with the previous question, Clerk call the roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Yes.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye, thank you.
Item 15 is resolution number R 2021-028, authorizing beer and wine only at the Juneteenth Fest on Saturday, June 19th, 2021.
All right, is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? We'll move the previous question. Clerk call the roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye, thank you.
Item 16, resolution number R 2021-030, authorizing consumption of beer and wine only at Ladies Who Lunch on Saturday, May 22nd, 2021.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move the previous question. Clerk call the roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye.
Item 17, resolution number R 2021-031, authorizing consumption of beer and wine only at the Columbia Food and Wine Festival in the 1600 block of Blanding Street on Sunday, May 23rd, 2021.
A motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Aye.
Question,
Second.
Mr. McDowell.
same question.
How many
Same
people-
question.
How many
Same question.
How many people are we following CDC protocols?
Yes, yes, sir.
Well, for me, I will not ask the question again. Are all the events CDC protocol?
Yes, sir. I mean, we asked them to do that. Yes, sir.
Okay, I hope we can be sober with all these drinking events taking place.
Yes,
They have
sir.
different days, Ed.
Yeah, well, you get drunk different days too.
We gonna move the previous question. Clerk call the roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye. This weather is something else right now, y'all.
Yep.
Hard. Please, Teresa.
Yes, sir. Item 18, resolution number R 2021-032, authorizing consumption of beer and wine beverages only at the Main Street Latin Festival in the 1300 and 1400 blocks of Main Street, the western half block of the 1200 block of Lady Street, the eastern half block of the 1100 block of Lady Street, and the eastern half block of the 1100 block of Washington Street on Saturday, August 28, 2021, with a rain date contingency of Saturday, September 4th, 2021.
All right. Is there a motion?
Move
So moved.
approval.
And this is a public event, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll move the previous question. Clerk call roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes, reluctantly.
Okay.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
I had
Ms.
shared
Devine,
that Mr. have listed a number of guests too.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Estimates because they don't sell tickets ahead of time.
Mayor Benjamin.
Your volume's on, Teresa Knox. All right. The mic's on, rather. Aye, ma'am. Thank you. Let's keep on.
So item 19, I'll speak to this one after I read it. Mayor Benjamin into the record. Resolution number R 2021-035, authorizing consumption of beer and wine only within Boyd Plaza adjacent to the Columbia Museum of Art for First Thursdays on Main on Thursdays, June 2021, July 1st, 2021, August 5th, 2021, September 2nd, October 7th, November 4th, and December 2nd, 2021. And with this event, Mayor and Council, I did speak with the event organizer, and just for your information, if you recall, First Thursdays have been going on since probably around 2014. Obviously, our Main Street has grown and changed from now to then, and the event organizers certainly are requesting to be able to partake in beer and wine up and down Main Street during the event. This year, we did not approve that, but did approve for them to be in Boyd Plaza, very similar to how we handle the beer and wine on the time, the opportunities that that's allowed during Soda City or other events. And so I spoke with them. They were very understanding about not just really because of the mask ordinance and the COVID protocols, but this was more about public safety concerns that CPD has now with that movement up and down the street and intersections not being blocked and people crossing. So I just wanted to make that clarification for you that this change was more about public safety. We did entertain that we would review it again and with the potential of the 1500 block of Main Street being utilized for that purpose, but they were fine with us beginning the event in June as you are approving it. Confined to Boyd Plaza.
A motion?
So
Move
moved.
approval.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Yeah, First Thursdays is one of the very first things we get on. It was before 2013, 2014 in a more informal way. Yeah, continue to work with them, and obviously, you know, we can get kind of footloose and fancy free sometimes. It helps to have Chief Holbrook and folks like Derek Thornton and others kind of keeping eyes on the movement of people, particularly when alcohol is involved. So thank you for staying on top of that. We'll move to the previous question. Clerk call roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell, Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye, thank you.
And our
Last one.
final event resolution is R 2021-036, authorizing consumption of beer and wine beverages only at the South Carolina Carnival on the 1800 block of Main Street between Laurel Street and Richland Street on Saturday, June 12, 2021, with a rain contingency date of Sunday, July 18th, 2021.
A motion.
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Question. All right, seeing none, we'll move the previous question on clerk call the roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye, and thank you so much, Lady Teresa.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sorry, Mr. McDowell.
just for the record, I'd just like to state a point of personal privilege. I hope the approving of all these events doesn't give anyone the notion of false normacy. As you know, this thing and the numbers could very well change rather quickly. I exercise, and of course, I continue to exercise an extreme amount of cautiousness. I did that. I voted yes on all of them today, but I think we don't want to give anyone, because the events are numerous and they're probably going to become more voluminous in their requesting events. I think we need to hold fast with our ordinance, mass ordinance. I just don't want us to give folk a false sense of normalcy, that this virus is still present, the numbers are lower, and that every protocol has got to be exercised. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, Mr. McDowell. And with the resolutions done, Ms. Wilson, let's I think the process used to review and make sure we have certain protocols in place before these events. I know we constantly update them based on CDC guidance. I'm sure there will be. Share that with council, kind of just what the checklist is. Obviously, let's update them according to CDC guidance. And I would ask us, as we step into it, is decidedly another thing here. Let any ideas that we have for staff, and particularly Chief Tinsley and Chief Holbrook and Chief Jenkins and others who've been playing a key role in helping us manage this, but for Ms. Wilson in particular, any ideas we have as to how we might creatively deal with the ongoing pandemic that much more creatively. Send her those ideas and send them to her soon. You know, I'm going to continue talking about vaccine access and pushing vaccine access and as many creative goals as we can. And just as we spend so much time talking about reaching that 5% infection rate, seeing our cases decelerate to a point that there was a low spread, and use that as a guide very much early on in the pandemic when 5% appeared to be a pipe dream. And we're finally here. Let's set new goals, aspirational goals, and maybe those goals can be around the role that we play in partnership with everyone else on getting shots in arms, and really creatively making that happen. So we all have ideas. I've heard from everyone really good ideas. Let's figure out how we can get that much more creative in getting over the hurdle of vaccine hesitancy and getting folks to a position where they're safer. Mr. Rickman?
I just was going to say, Mr. Mayor, what you mentioned earlier about getting to the folks, and we've had some areas that consistently had struggles in numbers, and I support, and I think we should, as a council, at the end of this meeting, take a vote to move forward and put into motion a way to get those vaccines You know, if it's the Johnson and Johnson where it's a one hit wonder, or if it's you know, Moderna or the Pfizer, get it to those folks. I think, you know, there are plenty of nurses that we could hire. We could work with our clinic, but whatever. I think your idea is spot on, and I think we ought to get it out to those folks and make sure that they take advantage of it for their well-being. I hope we can move that forward. That's a really good idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
But
But yeah, we all got them. Let's just get them, all of them in one place on one sheet of paper, so we can figure out kind of what our role is. Because a lot of these things, the resources are there, be it DHEC or Prisma, Eau Claire Cooperative, or Ed's been working with, you know, with Providence. You know, I mean, there's so much out there. But you know, even very early on in the pandemic, you know, we played a key leadership and coordinating messaging role. I mean, the whole team that Teresa would stand up for floods and hurricanes turned into a COVID response team, and Harry and everyone's been doing great work. Now we have resources, more resources than we've ever had to deal with this type of an issue. That's how we can deploy them very aggressively and strategically to hit those new goals that we articulate. So love to talk a little bit more about.
Mr. Mayor, I think you're absolutely right, and I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Breaking it, but I think we vaccinated over 2,000 folk, Providence, on a grassroots effort. And of course, it became very obvious to us that there were still a population within our city that had not been populated. What we are trying to do now is to reinvigorate that movement again, to make sure that folk get that needle in their arm. And it's all grassroots. 2,000 folk over very grass-rooted, and folk bought into that. And we're going to start that program again through Providence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Wilson. Thank you. Thank you so much for the ordinances.
Yes, sir. Ordinances first reading, item 21, ordinance number 2021-021, amending the 1998 Code of Ordinances of the City of Columbia, South Carolina, Chapter 14, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 5, Offenses involving minors, to add Division 4, Conversion Therapy for Minors Prohibited.
So move.
Second.
Moving to second discussion. The previous question, clerk call roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis, and Mayor Benjamin, sorry.
Aye.
Item 22, ordinance number 2021-0.
Act this past year. So in general, every community has had some general guidelines for their business license implementation, but different communities have done it a little differently. So it creates issues for a lot of our business license, or I'm sorry, our business owners that have that are operating over multiple jurisdictions. So this kind of brings it together so that they kind of get looked at the same. It doesn't matter what city or county that they're in. And it also puts a, not only will the process be the same, but it also puts a rate classification system in place that they all kind of, I guess I'll say generically, they all get judged the same for what type of business they are, whether they're here or in Charleston or Horry County or up in Coney County.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, so the rate classification is not universal, but it's collaborative. Okay, I got you. I got you now.
It's a long time.
For the city of Columbia, you might want to know that this model was designed by Roy Bates, who was city attorney, and G.C. Robinette, who was a finance director for the city of Columbia. This is their model that's been updated over the probably 35, 40 years that have been used.
I didn't know that, Howard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Robinette was supposedly the great hero.
He is the great hero. He's still out. He's still with us.
Yeah, I heard. It's good.
All right. Is there a motion? I'm sorry. Did I hear a motion yet?
Move
So
approval.
move. Second.
Move second discussion. We'll move the previous question. Clerk call.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine, Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye.
Item 25, ordinance number 2021-039, authorizing the transfer of streets to the South Carolina Department of Transportation, identified as Gaston
I move
Street.
approval of this.
Yes, sir.
Number 25.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Move the previous question. Clerk call roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine, Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
An emphatic aye. This is a long time coming. Y'all keep listening. We've been waiting this one for a long time, so I'm excited about it. Aye. All right.
Thank you. Resolutions, item 26, resolution number R 2021-049, authorizing acceptance and dedication of the street known as Candy Lane to the City of Columbia from Gravestone Boulevard.
Moved.
And
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Move the previous question. Clerk call roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine, Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye. Thank you.
resolution number R 2021-026, supporting the Housing Authority of the City of Columbia engaging in the Marion Street High-Rise Disposition Project.
A motion.
I move approval.
Is there a
So
second.
moved. Second.
Any discussion? Move the previous question. Clerk call roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine, Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye. I did see the memo, Teresa, so all the issues around historic preservation will be addressed, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Item 28, resolution number R 2021-040, authorizing the city manager to execute a ground lease between the City of Columbia and Hampton Park Associates for the lease of 1427 Park Street and 1429 Park Street for the use as a public parking lot. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Second. Hey, this guy, y'all are fading on me, man. Y'all are fading. This rain is getting the best of you. I think that's what it is.
I'm waiting for Shanique to feed us.
Yeah, right.
Those are the olden days.
Gotta come back in the office for that one, baby.
Howard,
At least,
He is literally at home. Yes. It's probably,
at least some chocolate.
a whole lot of food right there for her, but you can't leave the camera.
That's right.
It tells me a lot about Miss Allie Ann, though. Over there. She is over there.
Well, at least some chocolate chip cookies. Man.
We got to move to the previous question. Clerk call roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell, Mr. McDowell,
Yes. I'm sorry.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine, Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye.
Item 29, resolution number R 2021-053, approving the honorary naming of the 1900 and 2000 blocks of Cushman Drive, Bishop C.L. Warwick Senior Drive.
A
So
motion.
moved.
The second. I'll second that. Sam seconds the motion. Well deserved. We miss Josh something awful.
Yeah.
Miss him something awful. No discussion. Question, the clerk call roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine, Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin, if you would please open public input, which is this only public input that council will receive, no action on the closing and transfer of the described property, which is resolution number R 2021-050, public input on closing and transfer of a portion of Phillips Street from Sunset Drive to Avondale Drive.
All right, we open this meeting for public input. We have Ms. Grijalles, anyone who signed up or called in for public input on the closing and transfer of the street?
Yes, sir. We have one person on the queue, and we'll be connecting them, and if they can introduce themselves.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Am I on now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
You are.
ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm Bernicia Lorick Moultrie, and I just thank the Lord for each one of you. I'm so impressed with the meeting that we have witnessed today, and I just want to thank Mayor Benjamin and Councilman McDowell in particular and his staff, and also Councilman Sam Davis in helping us to get the approval of the honorary naming of the 1900 and 2000 block of Cushman Drive to Bishop C.L. Lorick Sr., who is the father of Bishop Josh Lorick, whom all of you know. Thank you so much for your unanimous approval. And I would like to say that the event that we're having on tomorrow, the ceremony, we are recognizing the social distancing, 6 feet apart. For those of you who will be attending, you will be asked to wear your mask. And if you do not feel comfortable in attending, we are fine with that. And we let everyone know that we understand how you feel. I have a 91-year-old mother now, and we're careful how we let her go. But she'll be there because Bishop is her husband, so she'll certainly be there on tomorrow to witness the ceremony for the honorary renaming of the street of Cushman Drive to Bishop C.L. Lorick Senior Drive. So thank you, everyone, for your consent again. And I would also like to make one other observation as you were going forth in your business and the reading of the various ordinances, especially the one relating to the consumption of beer and wine. It seems to me that in your putting forth all of your concerns as it relates to vaccinations, COVID-19, that wearing a mask, that in the beginning when you all were looking at the safety of the community, that you would have put on hold the consumption of alcohol, beer, and wine while we are going through this COVID-19 season. You know, when people get ready to celebrate, as Councilman McDowell alluded to, everybody's going to get happy. I'm not an alcohol person, but I do know that your personality changes whenever you take on another substance. So it seems to me that you all would have considered putting alcohol consumption on hold until we were free and safe and gone all the way through the COVID-19 season with everything clear. In other words, that everything is safe now and you can go back to business as usual. As you all said earlier, we have not gotten back to normal yet. So why are you approving alcohol consumption with all of these celebrations and when we're still in a be safe mode? I will let you know that when you come to the celebration tomorrow, if you choose to, for the ceremony for Bishop Lawrence Sr., that we will gladly give you water. and that is a safe thing. You will have water because it will be hot, it will be thirsty, and we will be rejoicing because this is a celebratory time when we celebrate someone who has done so much in the community. So I just want to thank you for your time and thank you for your consent to rename Kushner Drive to Bishop, portion of it to Bishop C.L. Lawrence Sr. Drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. The only probably two most powerful words in the Southern dictionary other than thank you are yes, ma'am. So we got to take that yes, ma'am, and thank you for that clarification. I drove down Cushman today and was thinking about our agenda, and I'm thinking I knew we named something after Josh already on Beltline, but thank you for the clarification that we are recognizing Bishop Lark, the elder, and just really want to thank your entire family for generational commitment to this community. So thank you, and we appreciate being taken to the woodshed. Yes, ma'am. All right, so thank you. And my only submission would be, in addition to water, at least throw some Kool-Aid and some sweet tea in there for some people. All right. Any other public comment, lady, on the on resolution 2021-50?
We have one person with their hand up. Just want to make sure that this is for the public input on number 30, resolution 2021-050. If you have any other comments in regards to the agenda, we do have a public input session towards the end. I will join in the caller. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, how are
Yes,
you?
sir.
We hear you, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, this is Chris Freeman of Fox and Freeman Tree Company. Am I on?
Yes, you are, Chris.
Yes. Hey, Chris.
Okay, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Hey, Howard, how are y'all doing? Councilman Davis. First of all, I just want to thank you for the opportunity just to speak to y'all for just a brief moment on this resolution. Some of you may know our corporation, may be familiar with us, but we are a 73-year-old company doing business in South Carolina in the city of Columbia. And we are located at 3615 Phillip Street. And we also occupy the older residence of the Burkett family, which is 1216 Miller Avenue. Now, I have spoken to the many others about this resolution and what this is going to do to our business. It is going to cause some trauma. It's going to cause some aggravation for our business, not only mine, but there are two other businesses located on Phillip Street that are going to suffer greatly if this street is closed without the resolution that we can get intersections of Cook and Miller widened at where they intersect North Main. So far, I've not been given any guarantee of that. And I've also understand from traffic engineering that they are recommending, they are approving the plan, the traffic study, and the closing of Phillip Street, but they're also asking that the developer fund the development of these intersections or changing of the widening, the turning radius of these intersections. We haven't been given any guarantees. So what I'm asking you tonight is think about older businesses like ours, established businesses that are going to pay the price long term and just say, no, this has got to be tabled. This has got to be put aside. This cannot be passed until the companies that have been a landmark in this community are protected. So I hope you understand my point of view on this. And again, I am not against the development of what the Middletons are proposing. In no way would I be against that. It's only going to increase our property value. But I don't want it to come at the expense of the company or the other companies involved where we have more trouble with ingressing and egressing. So please consider that. I felt like last night with the Planning Commission meeting that all the comments that we made were pushed aside and they approved it. So I'm asking you to stand up and say, look, we got to protect those that have been there for quite a while and those that will suffer greatly. If this is closed, Phillip Street is closed without a resolution, I guarantee that we have a better avenue of ingress and egress. Okay, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Teresa?
And maybe later on when we do public input on items like this, we'll put it closer to the end of the agenda as well. But lady, if we have no one else signed up to speak, we'll go ahead. I think there's no action. I understand you said, Teresa, just yet on this position?
No, sir. You all won't take any action. You'll never take action, but you'll need to discuss with the city attorney, where you are as a council on this item. But this will go to court to be.
Mayor Benjamin, there is one more person on the line, and I also have one brief comment to read into the record.
Is it
Same topic?
Is it on this matter? Or we've got on the public input on the closing and transfer of the street, or is it on something else?
The comment is on the closing, and I would have to ask the person to make sure that they are going to speak on the public closing.
All right, let's just go ahead. Just in case, let's plan to go ahead and do all public comment now. So you go ahead, lady. Let's let this last citizen, or at least at this point, have their say on the agenda, and then we'll have that other comment read into the record. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, we can hear you. Please introduce yourself.
This is Jim Daniel with Catawba Properties.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, brief comment. Yesterday, the Planning Commission basically approved the site plan contingent on the developer, the city, and the South Carolina Department of Transportation to work out some avenue to increase the radii at Cook and Main and Cook and Miller. Left unsaid in that is who's going to pay for that. The city traffic engineer had suggested the developer pay for that. One potential possibility is the Middletons are placing parking in what is Phillip Street, which is owned by the city of Columbia. Perhaps there could be some fee created for these parking spaces. Those funds could be then used to pay for the increasing of the radii at Main and Cook and Main and Miller. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
And I have.
Can we go ahead and read read the written comment into the record, lady?
Yes, sir. I have a written comment from Mr. Charles Sally on the public input on closing, stating, I am the owner of 1220 Cook Avenue. My tenant, Real Floors, Inc., has told me that he has suppliers that will not come to his warehouse if Phillip Street is closed because the turn radius from Main to Cook Avenue and the turn radius from Cook to Phillip Street is not adequate to accommodate a truck. The closing of this public road will place burden on the other property owners that use Phillip Street. And that's all. And that is all the comments for item number 30.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Do we need to have any further discussion on the item as a council, Ms. Wilson?
No, well, I think Mr. Davis has his hand raised, but yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have an opportunity for you all to discuss an executive session.
Go ahead, Sam. Or now.
Okay, well, that's all right. I could wait till executive session.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Keep it moving.
Okay, a period of appointments. One item, the Midlands Authority for Conventions.
Are y'all okay if we hold on the convention center this week?
Yes.
I'd like to defer that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
We have a few matters, other matters. Item 32, the Diversity Internship Program to be presented by the Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Edward H. McDowell Jr.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I think we forwarded all of you all a presentation referencing the diversity internship program. After further conversation with our city manager and several others regarding that funding request of $24,000, we've sort of convinced that it's not an expense that we could use taxpayers' dollars with. And the only way we could perhaps do that is through hospitality tax dollars. I've had a conversation with Bill Ellen referencing this program, this diversity program. And if you know anything about it, I was introduced to the program by the director of adversity at Carolina, of course. And very innovative, very interactive, but we need some money for students who are in the hospitality industry, and their only job, of course, is not to fill coffee cups or pass out donuts, but to look at higher levels of hospitality. And of course, this internship would provide that. We're not asking for any funding. Of course, we wish we could get some hospitality tax dollars. And if we couldn't do $24,000, we could very well knock down the number of interns for this 10-week program. Very innovative. I think one of the kind of program that lends itself to diversity and to those students who are in that particular major. So it would be good if we couldn't do $24,000 to at least do some funding for that. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Daniel, I was calling you. I was on mute.
Well, two things. I read about the program and I actually called Bill Ellen. I think this originally started with an ask to the University of South Carolina. And it's a management program where there is a lack of diversity in the management restaurant field, especially in Columbia from the studies that have been done. I'm curious how some of this should be coming from the university and the McCutcheon, their program. And do have a whole hospitality thing. The second part is, I know that Sarah Simmons is having a hard time getting personnel in to her program that we committed to already. I'm wondering if we couldn't assign some of these kids to work with her and Aaron and her management team to get the training there, which would cut down the dollars that would be needed. I think there's some other ways. I think hospitality is the only way that you can move this forward. And it sounds like the dollar might be less, but I do think we need to understand why the McCutcheon House is not being used as part of the program. And, maybe it would help Sarah. I think she had committed to like 50 graduates, and I think she's been struggling getting people in. Maybe we could get some of that there and kind of spread it out, which would reduce the dollar amount that we're looking for. Because I don't know what we have in hospitality, but I think that's the only way that you could move the program forward that way.
Well, some of that I agree with Daniel. The other piece, of course, is that the program we are talking about is one that caters to and pigeonhole ethnic African American students in the hospitality industry.
I just said.
I didn't hear you.
I said that's what I said.
Oh, okay. That's the part I didn't hear. I think it's very innovative. I think it's one of the programs that helps our city expand itself. And of course, those students who are in that industry, in that major area, provide some real opportunities for us. So whether it comes through the convention, whether it comes through Bill Ellen, or whether we can help in some kind of way accentuate this endeavor, it will certainly be of advantage for us, and advantage for our city.
Can we facilitate that conversation? I mean, obviously, what we're both talking about, we had some challenges pre-pandemic. Now, obviously, because of the pandemic, and also because of the the overwhelming federal response in terms of assistance to citizens, we got these macro forces that are just creating a real challenge for a lot of our folks in the hospitality industry, just the ability to attract and keep talent. So can we have that conversation with Sarah? Obviously, if the folks are not being
absolutely.
I think he might have lost power.
Yeah. Mayor, can you hear us?
So if we could have that conversation and sort of let it become a collaborative movement with Sarah and the students, we could very well do that. My contention is that we need to do something.
I don't disagree with you. There's a gap.
I'm not sure where I got lost there. I think, and I apologize for interrupting both of you. I think we're singing from the same hymnal. The question is how we get there. We got macro issues affecting the industry before the pandemic, only made worse by the pandemic, and then obviously the significant amount of federal capital coming into people's pockets is also affecting folks, wanting to work in the space. If there's funding out there, particularly funding set aside for the program we're working with Sarah on, that's not being utilized, then maybe there's a real opportunity there, either through her program or through this other program. So let's at least get that conversation going. Whoever, let's Teresa, maybe Ryan.
Can we ask you about the hospitality funding, if there is some for the program, if we want to move forward, so we know what kind of dollar amount we could possibly put towards it? Because it's going to take multiple. It's not going to be.
I'd love to find the money. I'd love to find the money as well, even if I know we usually have a little latitude. Again, I'm not sure about the use of funds. Teresa, we always we got that little
marketing
tax, A-tax and the like. So maybe it's A-tax and not H-tax.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd love to find the funding for this as well. It's not a lot of money that could go a very long way in terms of career development for these young people. So let's see what we can do.
Make that connection with Sarah, Mr. Rickman, Mayor, Reverend McDowell.
I think about her and Bill, and because if it doesn't work for her program, then we're gonna have to lean on hospitality. But there is a need. He's exactly right. I do want to say, if any of those kids are out there watching and they look, just the Toasty Spot with Cy Williams and Eli Wright, two young African Americans, going to open up a place in the old Lunchbox on Lady Street. They're 23 and 25, y'all. That's a celebration right there.
I think I heard about that.
Ms. Wilson, could we engender that conversation?
Let's see if we get some progress on that between now and next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Can we do that?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
Thank you, ma'am. That ends my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Dahl. All right, City Manager.
Item 33, council is asked to approve the installation of 7 speed humps in the Hollywood Rose Hill neighborhood as requested by the Public Works Department.
We cool with that, Mr. Brennan? We good?
Motion to approve. Yes, please.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? We'll move the previous question. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickerman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Wall,
Aye.
Ms. Devine, Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Committee reports, any referrals or reports from committee?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
When do we take up the motion perhaps for T?
We can do it now or after the report, either one, whenever you're comfortable.
All right.
Yeah, but do we have any reports? I think they're gonna want to be in the same time, and we don't think we have any reports or referrals. Ms. Devine gave early on. So, all right, let's rock and roll, Mr. McDowell.
Well, TK did forward me a motion. Is TK online?
Appreciate it.
Is she online? Is she here?
She's there.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to find it again. And since I can't find it,
don't do it. God is speaking to you, Ed. That is a sign.
Is that a sign? Well, you know, well, if that's the case, somewhere I read no sign shall be given.
Send it to your email again. Is that your email?
Would you copy me as well, Teresa? Or send me a copy?
I think she did initially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have that, Mr. Mayor? I don't have it. I read it and
What's the intent?
225. The one you sent, 225. Teresa.
That's it.
Is the current one?
That's it.
Would you like me to?
Would you read that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. I'd like to request that the matter.
Can the mayor do that?
On the prevailing side, so losing side rather.
Well, he's reading it for Ed. The motion is being made by Ed with his translator, Mr. Benjamin, reading it for him.
On behalf of the Mayor Pro Tem, I request that the matter of Project Catawba inclusion in the multi-county industrial park be added to the next available agenda. I request that a matter be added in order to consider a new ordinance which will address our prior concerns with the matter. Is that your motion, Mr. McDowell?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's a second.
Second.
All right. Moving second, discussion.
So just, Mr. Mayor, so I'm clear, we are going to hear the new ordinance with the new profile of this development at the next agenda. Is that what Ed's requesting?
Yeah, my understanding, and I would encourage, and this would be my admonition to all parties involved. I know that the developers want to speak to all of us on this. I think they haven't had a chance to speak to each of us. And I know there've been some concerns raised about everything from affordable housing and some of the other challenges that obviously did not yield a broad support this last time around. I would encourage you to engage with developers. Those conversations that have been had and issues agreed to maybe improve upon the project. Let's get those modified in a way that allows us to transparently communicate those to the public as soon as possible, so we can have it on the next agenda. But let's keep dialoguing, and maybe we'll get there, maybe we won't. We might. Mr. Brennan, please.
Yes, sir. And they will be available for residents to reach out to as well. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. Any other feedback on this? And I'm sorry.
I
can't see
move
all-
the questions.
I'm sorry. Did you have something, Madam City Manager?
I can ask after your action.
Okay. With the previous question, clerk call roll.
Mr. Brendan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye. Thank you.
TK, let me just say a word of thanks. I just got it. And thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tamika.
Oh, well, I was just going to say that I know that part of our discussion last week was whether or not this council still wanted to move forward with having an incentive when it deals with primarily student housing. I think that this development kind of got in that. And so I do think that we need to have a conversation whether or not we want to sunset that or at least make it clear before we have developers spending millions of dollars down the road. And there's not an inclination among this council to want to support such a thing. So I would ask that we have that discussion and make that clear sooner rather than later, hopefully maybe at the next meeting when we have this discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And can we make sure we have that discussion in like a discussion, informed dialogue, informed data from Ryan and everything. I've been pretty clear and consistent on where I've stood in this thing. It hadn't changed since we passed the incentive, and it is the same today. I know that we've had varying opinions, but I think let's just make sure it's a good discussion, whether it's in this meeting coming up, or maybe just to make sure we don't conflate the issues. Maybe the one after that, but one very soon. I know something that Mr. Brennan wanted to bring up as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. And I think this would be a good opportunity to take the next 2 weeks to learn more about the new programming for the Catawba Street project and get neighborhood input. And then the next meeting, let's really dig into the summaries of what student housing has done for economic development. The student housing sunset should have happened, but I feel like they are still coming through in this multi-industrial with the $30 million. I hear every other day the frustrations of these large student housing in my districts, and just want to bring that forward in the form of an agenda item at the next meeting. I'll be bringing that forward.
Yeah, so let's make sure we stage them. And I know Mr. McDowell's intention is for this Catawba project to be on the next agenda. So Mr. Brennan, if it's this next agenda or the one after that, let's just make sure let's make sure we have again all the data. And Ryan and Teresa, what we're looking for. I'm just looking for numbers. We got all these discussions going on around about the influence of non-property tax paying entities in the city, and we've been able to add hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, I would agree. Obviously, all development is not good development, and we got to make sure it's thoughtful and sustainable. It marries up with who we are, what we want to be at the city. I do, however, believe that that smart vertical student housing that is tax rolls and not on universities' books is better than the alternative. But I think there's a whole lot of room for some thoughtful disagreement there. Let's have the conversation as a council with all the information we could possibly have. So it would be great to look at the beginning of when we introduced the ordinance, the aggregate number of projects done under it since then. Maybe even because we did discuss the sunset some time ago, and I don't remember kind of where we left it then. But let's look at it. Let's look at it again at the at the very least. I'd like to see all the different numbers that we have pretty comprehensive checklist that we looked at.
They need to be updated, I would say, for occupancies and everything. Yeah. Absolutely.
But it'd be great to get maybe over the next couple of weeks to get an update on that.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know I'll be back to that after Mr. McDowell's in a couple weeks.
We know, Mr. Brennan. We know. We know you're ready. Mr. Rickerman, I see your hand.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that the changes in the new items that everybody discussed, new improved security plan, parking, agreements on whatever was discussed from housing units to whatever, that we get that information sooner than later.
I haven't seen those yet either, to recommend. I'd like to see those too, whatever they are.
That was my clarity I needed, Mayor.
That's
I've heard you all mentioning next meeting and then the following meeting. So remember that you meet actually on May 11th. So you literally meet in 1 week again, and then you meet for your regular 2-week meeting on the 18th. So in 1 week period, are you wanting this information sharing? And I think I heard also for the purpose of the public on the Catawba Street project.
I think whatever the articulated concessions made by the developer in discussions with us, we need to see those today. I think council obviously needs to see those ASAP.
Later.
Yeah, ASAP. If they've been laid out, let's all see them. I've voted in favor, so I was fine with it as originally proposed. But if it has been significantly improved, then I think that's a good thing. Let's keep it moving. But that is the anticipation, is that will be on the next agenda. But this larger discussion about whether or not we keep or sunset the ordinance. I think having all that information in advance of the meeting on the 18th, when prepare for discussion there would be appropriate. Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Mayor, I think
sir.
Will is right on point, because we've talked years back about the sunset of student housing. And I think what you want us to do, and I think you articulated, and I think you got your facts down probably pretty well for this conversation to ensue itself. There's been many sunsets, but yet there's been a lot of sunrises. And of course, I think what you want to get at is how do we maintain that balance, man? And that conversation.
Along the lines of Lorik's presentation earlier, would you vote to approve these events if there's no alcohol involved?
Yeah,
I'm preacher. No need to ask that.
Look, I want some red Kool-Aid. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. We okay, Ms. Wilson?
I think so. Yes, sir. We'll work with the developer. I'll have Ryan get the information, because I have not seen it, nor did, I don't think staff was aware of this. So this part. We'll do our best to get it to you in short order. And, other than it being noticed on the Friday agenda dissemination, I'm not sure if you were suggesting we put it out.
No. That's
okay.
That's more than appropriate. But if there's information, obviously, Will or Daniel or Howard, all of us, we should have that information to share with constituents.
Absolutely.
If there've been some other concessions made that might give citizens more comfort, let's have it. We can share it. So let's get that all in one place.
Okay.
Well, see, I think, Mr. Mayor, all of us didn't receive this. All of us did not receive this. And that's one of the reasons. I don't think has anyone else seen this?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
I've not seen it.
Yeah, that's my point.
All right.
That's my point. And I think if I've seen it, I think all of us need to see that.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you. We on one accord, or at least six or seven consistent accords. So let's keep on rolling, Ms. Wilson.
Yes, sir.
I assume no more public input, because we got it all already, right? Is that right, Ms. Gray-Hollis? Are we good?
Yes, sir. We don't have anybody signed up for public input right now.
Super duper. All right. Thank you, lady. And I know the Erica's probably monitoring as well. Thank her for training you in such an able way. Did a great job today, and thank you for your work. Mr. Duval, you got a motion for me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I move we go into executive session for receipt of legal advice related to matters covered by attorney-client privilege pursuant to SE Code 30-4-70A2, COVID-19, CDBG, DR grant program closing and transfer of a portion of Phillip Street from Sunset Drive to Avondale Drive, discussion of the employment of an employee pursuant to SE Code 30-4-70A1, Special Assistant United States Attorney, discussion of negotiations, instance, proposed contractual arrangements pursuant to SE Code 30-4-70A2, Dominion franchise, and discussion of personnel salaries pursuant to 30-4-70A1. And under that, we would discuss personnel salaries and fire.
Thank you, Mr. Duval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? We'll move the previous question. Call the roll.
Mr. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell,
Yes.
Mr. Duval,
Aye.
Ms. Devine, Ms. Devine,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you so much. MC
You're
Manuel.
welcome.
Bye.